Pawb yn barod? Everybody okay? Yep. Iawn, felly nawn ni ddechrau. Diolch. Bore da bawb a chroeso cynnes yma i dref Llandudno i Fenyw Cymru lle da ni'n cynnal cyfarfod o Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Da ni falch iawn o groesawu trigolion sydd yma efo ni yn y cnawd fel petai. Da ni falch iawn os da chi'n ymuno â ni ar-lein. Mi fyddwn ni yn gwneud defnydd o'r ddwy iaith fel arfer, felly byddwch yn barod i ddefnyddio yr cyfieithiad os ydych chi angen, os gwelwch yn dda. Wrth groesawu pawb gai hefyd diolch i bawb sydd wedi bod yn trefnu'r cyfarfod ac sydd wedi bod tu ôl i llenni yn sicrhau bod pob dim yn ei le. Mae gennym ni raglen lawn fel arfer ac yr eitem gyntaf ydy wrth groesawu chi ydy unrhyw ymddiheuriadau am absenoldeb. Mae gen i ddau sydd wedi dod i law o'n rhan i. Un ydy Teresa Owen ac mae Rob yma yn lle Teresa. Just yn checio lle mae Rob draw fan y croeso. Rob, a diolch fawr iawn am ddod ato ni heddiw. Ac mae Del hefyd yn ymddiheurio oherwydd salwch a da ni'n dymuno gwellad buan i Del. Unrhyw ymddiheuriad arall? Nag oes? Na, dim ymddiheuriadau pellach, felly diolch yn fawr iawn am hynny. Symudwn ni mlaen i ddatgan unrhyw fuddiant ar unrhyw eitem ar yr agenda os gwelwch yn dda. Mae gennym ni gofrestr buddiannau wrth gwrs ac dwi'n atgoffa pawb i ddiweddaru'r gofrestr yna yn ôl yr angen, ond mae'n y gyfle i chi danlinellu unrhyw fuddiant os oes yna rhywbeth penodol ar yr agenda heddiw. Nag oes, diolch am hynny. Wrth i ni fynd mewn felly i fol yr agenda, gai rhoi anogaeth i bawb gymeryd rhan yn y drafodaeth. Pwy bynnag ydych chi, lle bynnag ydych safle chi o fewn y Bwrdd Iechyd, mae croeso i chi gyfrannu. Does dim rhaid i chi dim ond cyfrannu pan mae enw chi ar y papur. Reit, mae croeso i chi gyfrannu oherwydd mae gennym ni adnodd yn y stafell yma, sef pobl gyda gwybodaeth a pobl gyda gallu. Ac i ni gael y drafodaeth orau posib, i ni wneud hynny, dwi'n awyddus i bawb gyfrannu lle maen nhw'n gweld maen nhw'n gallu, os gwelwch yn dda. Felly dwi'n gosod yr anogaeth yna i chi. Symudwn ni ymlaen felly i'r eitem nesaf megis cofnodion. 2 gyfarfod blaenorol, un ym mis Gorffennaf, cyfarfod arferol, ac yna mis Awst oedd yna gyfarfod ychwanegol. A'r cofnodion yna, dwi yn gyntaf am ofyn ydych chi'n derbyn y cofnodion fel cofnod cywir o'r trafodaethau ysgolch yn dda. Di pawb yn hapus i ni wneud hynny. Ia, diolch yn fawr iawn. Ac yna nawn ni symud felly at unrhyw weithredu o'r cofnodion yna. Phil, I'll turn to you for the action tracker. If you can highlight any issues that you feel need highlighting, please, and then we'll ask people if we accept the action tracker. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr, David. Phil Meakin dwi. So there are 11 actions on the action log. 7 of these are proposed for closure, but I'm going to come back to one of them in particular in a second. 4 are in progress, And there is a note against two of those actions to bring a verbal update to this meeting. So if I could ask colleagues, Chair, just to update on two of those, and then the others are for completion by October. Okay, so Angela, can I invite you just to update on the action HB 23155?
Yes, we have had conversations with the boards and improving the team around these visits. We have got a programme that is being developed at the moment and will be presented to QSC for agreement for circulation and recruitment. We have had some visits that have been taken across the health board, but a more coordinated approach will be presented to QSC for agreement.
Great, thank you very much. And together with that, we are hoping to coordinate some visits with our sessions as a board as well, as we did in a previous board session. I think, was it this month, last month, where we visited Llandudno Hospital, of course. So I think that is a very good idea to link the sort of theory with practice, if you like, so that's good. Thanks for that. Next one, Phil.
So this is 168, HB 23168, and it's around the transfer of stroke patients. Nick, are you able to? It's not due till October, but if you're able to give an update, that'd be good. Thank you.
Phil, Nick Lyons doing meetings this week, in fact, to confirm that with our colleagues in the Welsh Ambulance Service, considering how, in addition to the priority given for transfers around coronary patients and vascular patients, how we can ensure that the same standards are applied to transfers for stroke patients needing immediate treatment. So those discussions are happening and are now part of normal business within our relationship with the Ambulance Trust. At the same time, work as we consider our own critical care transfer service, where there's opportunity within that provision, where there's capacity to use that service for stroke patients as well. And that is now within a normal business. So if the board is content, that we may be able to close that action now.
Diolch yn fawr. Pawb yn hapus efo hynny? Yeah, we've got it. Anything else from the action tracker?
Yeah, one final point, please. So HB 23162, which is for me, which is around the risk financial governance. So this was proposed for closure in September 23. I'm proposing that it isn't formally closed down yet until the board receives a corporate risk register report, which is due in November. So there has been a new risk established, so 2338 for this risk, and we're in the process of working with Jason and his team, the workforce and OD team, to make sure that we consolidate workforce-related risks together. And we will be reporting on that in the November corporate risk register. So I'm proposing that we keep it open until then.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus efo hynny? Diolch yn iawn, is that from? Okay. Anything else on that tracker, please? Anybody wish to raise any issues, or are we happy to accept that? Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen, felly, o dderbyn hynny i'r eitem nesa ar ein agenda, sef eitem reolaidd, sef stori'r claf, a dych chi'n ymwybodol bod hon yn eitem lle dyn ni'n rhoi cyfle i gael gwybodaeth ynglŷn â profiad cleifion a'i teuluoedd, a mae hynny'n rhan bwysig iawn o'n gwaith ni ac yn rhan o'n gallu ni i ddysgu ac i helpu ddatblygu y sefydliad, wrth gwrs. Felly, yn yr achos yma yna stori sydd yn ymwneud â canser, a dwi am droi, dwi'n meddwl at Angela, i gyflwyno stori yma a'i roi y cefndir ac i siarad am y profiad. Diolch yn iawn, Angela. Over to you.
Diolch, Chair. So as colleagues are aware, we produce a patient story at the beginning of every board and most of our corporate meetings to ensure that we are taking consideration of our patient's experience and we're grounded in what we're trying to do as a health board. We don't always bring a positive story. We often bring stories that have been challenges for us. And unfortunately today, this is one, but I'll be able to identify, as in within the paper, some of the changes that we've actually made, and my visit to the centre last month, which I can highlight on following the video. So this was identified to us through our patient advice and liaison service, which is our first point of contact for patients to give us some feedback. And then it was progressed through cancer services and through the teams to ensure that we took the most learning we could from this feedback and make sure that we made the changes that we needed to. So if I could have the story presented, please.
Well, then she's a teenager. Yeah.
Can we run the film, please? Thanks.
I'm being treated at Wrexham Hospital in the shooting star unit. I've been treated there for 5 years, since 2017 when I got a primary diagnosis of breast cancer. In 2019 I got a diagnosis.
We can hear the audio, but can't see the film at the moment. Let's see if we can get the film as well. If not, then we will play the audio maybe, but we'll see if we can get the film operating.
Being treated at Wrexham Hospital in the shooting star unit. I've been treated there for 5 years, since 2017 when I got a primary diagnosis of breast cancer. In 2019 I got a diagnosis of secondary breast cancer, so my treatment is ongoing there. My initial reaction was because my mother had had breast cancer and her mother had breast cancer. I'd always thought if I was diagnosed, I'd just want both breasts removed. I was really, really discouraged from that by the surgeon. And I felt somewhat pushed down the route of that's completely not necessary and we can just do a lumpectomy and you've got a good prognosis and all will be fine. That was kind of the impression I got. Within about 6 months, 5 or 6 months of that first surgery, I started feeling something wasn't right in the breast that had been operated on. And I was ringing the breast care nurses, going back, probably over the course of about 5 or 6 months, saying something isn't right in that breast. And I was told it's recovering from the radiotherapy that you've had, it's recovering from the surgery, it can be nerve damage, it could be yada, yada, yada. But I really felt fobbed off at that point in my journey. I literally ended up sat in front of the surgeon saying, look, something is not right. And he said, okay, you tell me where to biopsy. So I said, here, and they all came back positive for independent cancer. So this has been like 5, 6 months of drawn out trying to say there's something wrong. This time it has to be a mastectomy. I again asked for both breasts removed, but he wouldn't do it. He said, we'll get this over with and then maybe I'll consider it further down the line. And he, again, same surgeon, was trying to push me into reconstruction. And I couldn't explain to him, and I just don't want them. So I opted just for a mastectomy. And by the time this had all dragged on and I'd had the mastectomy, it was in all my lymph nodes and in a lymph node up on my collarbone. So when I saw the oncologist, he said, I'm not sure if this treatment that we're planning, which was going to involve chemo, is going to be palliative or adjuvant. So I had the mastectomy, had chemo, had radiotherapy, then they did a scan and found it in my spine. So I really felt like I'd not been listened to, even at the initial diagnosis of trying to just get rid of both my boobs. If I'd had the money to pay for private, I would have gone private and had a total mastectomy. As it's turned out, because I'm now secondary, getting the other breast removed is not really an option. So I have to live now lots because it's too painful. I've now got it in the skin around the outside. So it's just kind of undignified. And I really do feel like I wasn't listened to. New oncologist that I saw in the absence of my designated one. I walked in the room, he said, I've gone right through your notes. I've got a file about this thick. He said it took me some time because they're paper notes, because nothing is filled electronically, which is another crazy thing.
Yeah.
he said, I've got a written summary of where I think your care is up to and what's happened to you. Nobody's ever done that before with me. So I was absolutely gobsmacked. He said, can I just check it with you? Here's a copy of your bloods. Here's a copy of your tumour markers. Here's a copy of your scan report. And I was just gobsmacked. I've never had that approach ever in the 5 years of being treated by the trust. I know the whole patient journey is frustrating. You can't park, you get in and you wait and you wait. You know, inefficiencies in terms of communications, and I could give you loads of instances, but it all comes down to, like, you're not, I get treatment but I don't get care. Is how I feel about it. And that's manifested in people not listening to you, people not taking symptoms seriously, people keeping you waiting. I've lived in this world for a long time, and I've had babies, and women have periods, and I've breastfed my children. It's like, I don't get why doctors don't trust that patients know what's going on with their body. That's how it feels. It's not like any one individual is acting unprofessionally or rudely or inconsiderately. My general impression is that staff are overstretched, departments are overstretched, and people are doing their bit, but only their bit. But it's just that culture of, like, we're so busy, and I know staff are busy, and you can feel that they're stressed, but it's like, so the patient used to jump, you know, rather than, what day would suit you to come in for this? What time would suit you to come in for this? Have you got any other appointments that we can link it up with? You know, some of that consideration of, like, I do have a life, I'd like to have a life outside my treatment.
Thank you,
Wow.
Chair. So obviously quite a harrowing story, and quite stark in the information that's given. Within the paper, it's identified a number of actions that have been taken. We obviously have taken on board everything that she's identified to us. The journey that she's had is a period of time over 5 years. And as she said, her latest interactions with us have been different, and that's, she's felt listened to and that it's been supported. She has had her holistic needs assessments undertaken. We have investigated the pathway and we've supported her around that. From the point of view of the service itself, they've taken this obviously very seriously as feedback. They collect feedback on a regular basis, and they're just recruiting a service user facilitator to help them collect feedback continuously within the service, as we're encouraging across the health board for people to be able to collect that feedback and utilise it. And we're getting much more feedback now with our Civica system and the systems we're using. I spent an afternoon over at the Shooting Stars unit a month ago and spoke to the staff and reflected on the patient story that we've listened to today and how they've made the changes and how they've reflected on how they could do things differently and make sure that they're supporting the patient holistically as an individual, rather than them feeling they're not getting the care, they're just getting the treatment. I also then spoke to every member of the public patient who was on the unit that day individually and sat with them and asked them, without the staff with me, just what their experiences were and how they were feeling. And the feedback I got was absolutely amazing and excellent, and I didn't have any negativity on that day. That said, I'm making sure that we do that on a regular basis and that we stop in and make sure that we're touching base with those kind of vulnerable patients at that time when they're going through a process and making sure we're doing what we can. It's a really difficult story to hear, but I think the board needed to hear it because we do often bring positive stories where we've been able to turn things around, and I wanted to make sure that we had a true reflection of the activity going through the organisation at this time.
Diolch yn fawr, Angela. That's really good to get that presentation, which gives us an open and honest account of a patient experience. And some of what that patient relayed in that video was really, really insightful and actually chimed with some of the comments we received last night when we were with families who had been through vascular treatment and so on, and there are themes emerging, and the one that really struck home with me was, I got treatment but I didn't get care, and that is definitely something for us to think about further. Felly, os yna unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylwadau, there's an opportunity for discussion, and anybody wish to raise any matters following that presentation, unrhyw un yn gynta, mae gen i Vaughan fan hyn, wedyn Dylan fan hyn, wedyn Mike, wedyn Nick, wedyn Claire, a dwi'n siŵr fydd Carol eisiau dweud rhywbeth hefyd, lot o ddiddordeb felly. Yn y drefn yna, sgwch yna, Vaughan, dros at y tîm gynta.
Diolch yn fawr, a diolch i'r unigolyn am rhannu'r stori.
Gai ofyn i bobl siarad chydig bach yn uwch oherwydd mae'r acoustic yn y stafell yn, wel, ddim yn wych iawn. Felly mae angen i ni siarad chydig bach yn uwch os yn bosib, dwi'n meddwl. Diolch.
Iawn, ie, yn gyntaf diolch i'r unigolyn am rhannu'r stori yna, heriol iawn i wrando na, wedi gwir ben bora. Mae yna dystiolaeth bod yna wahanol adrannau wedi cael ei siarad efo'n dilyn yr digwyddiad yna. Mae o'n teimlo fel bod o wedi cael ei wneud mewn silo, ac i mi, be mae hi'n sôn am yma di diffyg cydweithrediad. Felly ydy o'n syniad tynnu bawb at ei gilydd, neu ydy hynny wedi digwydd, am bod mae yna effaith tîm yma'n hyn, does? Ac bawb cario ymlaen gweithio fo'i penna lawr yn y tywod. Felly, mae hwnna'n un pwynt. Pwynt arall ydy, tydi'r adroddiad ddim yn mynd digon pell gyda i'n rhaid y sicrwydd i ni fel bwrdd bod hynna ddim yn digwydd o hyn allan. Ie, mae'n deud, mae yna assurances, felly, os na ffordd am bod cyd-digwyddiad ddoth yr unigolyn yma atan ni trwy pals ynddo. Ie. Felly, os na rhyw ffordd lle fydra ni rei sicrwydd i fewn, oedd i fewn rhyw fath o audit neu bod ni yn gofyn i bobl rhan i'w profiadau nhw symud yn ymlaena, so bod ni'n medru cael rhyw fath o sicrwydd bod na 20 o bobl wedi bod trwy'r profiad yna, a faint o'r 20 yna wedi cael profiad tebyg, so bod y nifer yna'n dangos yn mynd i lawr, neu bod o wedi mynd lawr eisiau. So dyna'r sylwadau gyda i, diolch.
Be nawn ni ofyn i bawb holi neu di cyfraniad wedyn at Angela i ymateb os ydy hynny'n iawn. A nesa, os dwi'n cofio'n iawn, ydy Dylan, dros at y ti.
Yeah, no, thank you, and yeah, very poignant story. I just want to take a perspective from the clinicians' side of things, and just to reiterate to the board, you know, what I see in that story is people with paper records, information not joined up, clinicians having to ask the patient again and again and again, and not necessarily knowing the history of what the patient may have asked for in previous times. And I just want to reiterate the point that we must consider prioritising, sorting out the fundamentals of our information systems, because they're not supporting our clinicians sufficiently well, and it's hard for the clinicians as well, I think, who are working under a lot of stress because of that situation. So just a point really I wanted to make.
I did know your interest was piqued when that point was made by the patient, and I share that with you.
Yeah, it's upsetting, isn't it?
And you know, our ambition should be to get the best possible process to support the patient.
Absolutely.
And doing that, we need to support clinicians, as you say. Absolutely. Diolch yn iawn am hynny. Rwan, nesa, os dwi'n cofio'n iawn, Mike, falle, wedyn Nick, Claire.
Joel, Chair. I think you're all conscious from the media publicity around second opinions, call for Martha's law or rule. In fact, patients do have resort to a second opinion. I'm thinking particularly of the very difficult conversation to hear, obviously. I'm thinking particularly of the issues, the repeated issues with the surgeon. do we as a board need to point out to patients they already have the right to request a second opinion when there is a disagreement? Just wondering.
Good question. Good, Mike. Nick?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, none of us would see that experience as anything that's acceptable in it. Perhaps the easier thing to approach is that decision making and the patient not being heard. And we're currently looking at work to quality assure externally our multidisciplinary team meetings to ensure that all the voices were heard and that the patient's position was represented at that meeting. And I think that quality assurance, that external review of how we reach a clinical decision will at least go some way to giving us assurance. But that perhaps is the easier part, is that decision making. Harder is the cultural issues, the compassion, the care that wasn't evident in the story, the harrowing story that we just heard. And that's going to be much harder for us, I think, to change. And you're right, Chair, we've heard that within our vascular families yesterday, but also in other stories. The General Medical Council, the regulator, has rewritten good medical practice, the rule book by which doctors are expected to behave, and some fairly hard rules within that. And they're much clearer in the updated version as to our responsibilities to involve patients in decision making, to listen and really discuss and present options. And we're currently doing work both within the health board but also nationally to consider how we both make sure that doctors are aware of those regulatory standards and expectations, but also how we ensure that we're confident that they're changing their attitudes and changing their behaviours. Thank you.
Very on, Nick. Good points. Claire, I think you're next. Over to you.
Sure. Claire Buddenswee, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My question kind of follows on a bit from Vaughan's, really, in terms of some of the best stories I hear about people having complex treatments are where there's a key person that just connects things for patients. So it's not a clinical person, it's the person who stays in contact with patients and helps them on their journey, the odd phone call to check how things are going. So kind of quite basic stuff, really, but that's the stuff that makes all the difference. And I just wonder, as much as I hear some of the learning from this case, how are we using that to inform for me what might be a different structure within some of these services that maybe means we have more people who are, you know, customer engagement type people, people that can find the way through the system for patients, because that could support the clinicians to lead on the specialist stuff they're good at, the nurses to do the stuff that they need to do, and just almost that kind of navigator for patients. It feels like there's something to me about a different structure, and not just in cancer, in all services where people are undergoing something reasonably complex that touches a range of different services and specialities. And I just like to, I guess, understand how we might pick that up as a board in terms of, and actually sometimes those resources are cheaper to employ than nurses and consultants. And so that to me feels like something we really need to think about in terms of transformation about the way we structure our services.
So there's something about the culture of care, isn't there? If that's the right expression, where many of us experienced it firsthand. I've experienced it firsthand. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
You know, I can relate to
yes.
that. But have we got that as something that is in our DNA? Is it ingrained in everything? So say coming into Venue Cymru, that starts with the receptionist, the person on the front door. So that in our hospitals and all our sites, it's the person on the front door. They have that ability to care for a patient as much as the person doing the operation, actually. So there's something about the culture of care. Helen, nesa.
Diolch. Bore da pawb, Helen Stevens-Jones dwi. I just wanted to build on what Claire was saying and yourself, Chair. I was at a conference on Monday and I was sat next to colleagues in the third sector and having some really good conversations at that session. And one of the things we talked about it was the Citizens Advice Bureau that I was particularly linking in with, was the role that the third sector does have in some of the work that we are doing. And I think there's a lot in that partnership space that we could explore and start to be a bit more innovative in how we approach things.
Agree entirely, and you'll be glad to hear that following that conference, there's been an exchange, a communication between some people around the table today, and we're going to take that up and we see it as a great opportunity, as you say. So thank you for that point. So I'll bring Carol in next to round up this part of the discussion, and then Angela to try and respond to those points if we can, please. Diolch yn iawn. Carol.
Bore da pawb, Carol Shillerbeard. Morning everyone, and huge thanks to the person that shared actually quite a lot of personal detail, and that's in the public domain and that's there to drive us. So great conversation. What strikes me is the theme of trusting patients and their carers. The person who knows best about them is them, and how we encourage that sharing. It comes on to things like the possibility of shared decision making. I know that's been explored in many places. You know, it's not always that clinician knows best, and hence sharing that responsibility may be something that we could look at. Delighted Dylan raised records. I know that we will look at digital in more detail in one of our board development sessions, but we've really got to try to help our clinical colleagues and other colleagues actually to do the best job that they can. We've got to equip them with the tools that are needed. And one of the biggest issues for us that I felt that lady was telling us was rooted in chronic workload issues in the NHS. Now, that's not an easy one to resolve, but I think we need to be open and honest that they are there. We know they are stressors. We know they affect the care for patients. Tying the story to our paper later on culture, leadership and engagement is really important. A really engaged workforce will deliver better care, and so that's really key. And then two other elements, just to say, there's something about a thematic approach, just picking up on Vaughan's comment earlier. But, you know, we were reflecting yesterday in a discussion about learning, that we can be focused on individual situations and stories, and they are very impactful. But when we draw the themes and then undertake work on a more systematic basis, that's when we're able to step forward in terms of quality of care. And both of those areas are in our special measures framework as well, in terms of learning and in terms of engagement and receiving feedback. So I thought that was all very, very helpful.
Thanks very much, Carol. That is indeed. So, Angela,
Thank you.
To you to sort of try and capture anything, and in particular, what action is going to be taken following that very informative presentation we had.
Diolch, Chair. So from Vaughan's perspective around working in silos, the work was undertaken very swiftly, obviously, with the teams to ensure that we didn't have any cases going forward that this had, you know, they'd not been looking at them holistically. They'd not had the holistic needs assessment. That said, we're now working from a wider perspective. We have an organisation learning forum that has representatives across the whole of BETC, medical, nursing, AHPs, etc., who come together to look at what learning from different situations and how we can cascade it. That will fit into the new learning organisation that we're looking at with framework that we're looking at with Welsh Government as part of special measures. And the meeting yesterday identified the things that we've already got in place that are very new, probably 6 or 8 months in the making, won't be thrown out. We'll incorporate those into the framework that as we take that forward. So assurances that it won't happen again. I think certainly from the service that we're working in at the moment, I've been given assurance around processes changing, around interactions, around follow-up, the user involvement facilitator post that's going in to make sure there's capture after every experience of care, to make sure that we didn't miss anything. And then looking at what Claire was saying around the care navigator role, those are some of the roles we're exploring, and certainly in the long-term conditions specialist areas, to make sure there's that key worker. And we're looking at flexibility flexibility around the establishments and how things are working, whether it's appropriate to have that within a team, having different skill mixes than we've had previously, which has often been very much nurse focused. So that hopefully gives you some assurance that we are not working in silos completely, and that we are trying to make sure as much as we can that it doesn't happen again in any service, but it certainly won't happen again in this service. Paper records, I think Dylan and Carol have covered that, and we are working. We have got a Welsh nursing care record now that's been rolled out in the last 12 months across the whole of VETSI, which is working really, really well. And we've got that continuing care for nursing staff to be able to know what risk assessments have been undertaken, how progression has been made against wound care and things like that. We now need to see how we can move it and make it more of a medical and nursing AHP service, really, that we can roll out across. Second opinion and Martha's rule, we were looking at that and continue to look at that from an organisational point of view, how we can make sure that we are offering second opinions, that patients are aware of that opportunity. And we were involved very early on in the discussions around that, so very keen for us to take that forward. And then I think I've probably covered the care navigator role. There are instances in the organisation where we are using third sector to support us, A&E departments, we're working with the Red Cross, things like that, but we need to do it more widely and consistently, I think, and conversations I'd be happy to be involved with, Chair.
Great. Diolch yn fawr, Angela. That was very good summary. One thing in particular, I think, no, two things in particular, sorry. One is, Vaughan raised the matter of assurance, and I'd like you in a minute to maybe just expand on that, the assurance to us as a board, how do we get insurance, and through committees and so on, about the patient experience, and when things go wrong, are we being informed of those incidents? And are we able to then take the learning from it? So that's one, I think we need just a bit more clarity on how that process works. And secondly, as the matter of the learning, we've had people willing to share their story, which is absolutely amazing. And it seems to me that it's a resource that we must use to the maximum of our ability if we're able to, with the permission of the patient. We had similar last night when we were speaking to vascular families. They were really keen, despite the really, really difficult circumstances, they were really keen to get their experience out there so we can take the learning. So how are we going to do that within the health board? And how do we also, is there an opportunity to influence those who are joining the profession to see that experience and take the learning from it, be they students or people who are applying to come into the health board? So we were able to create that culture from the very start when people are coming into the organisation. So just a couple of things to emphasise there, if you can, please. Thank you.
No problem, Chair. So from an assurance point of view, the patient experience information feedback that we get gets reported through the Quality, Safety and Experience Committee. There is a report that goes to the committee, and there's a patient story that's played at the committee as well for discussion. So we identify if there are any themes, what the themes are, what the issues are, if there's been anything that has been occurring in the time between the last QSE. We also have an area within the private section which we previously had and is being reinstated from next time to discuss some of the more serious incidents, if you like, and complaints that have come through that potentially are not for disclosure because they were identified publicly. So we have a private section, and that is really important for IMs and executive colleagues to be aware of, so that we can identify what we're doing and what we're putting in place, and making sure that any actions are logged and are followed up. We also have a yearly review of the patient stories that go to QSE, which we undertake and present to show what learning came from them and how we followed it up, and if there is any outstanding actions from them. That obviously comes through the chair's report
Yes,
and through the
yes,
quality and patient
yes.
safety report,
Okay.
if there's anything that we
Great.
need to flag within that.
Thank you very
From
much.
an executive team point of view, we're just drafting a quality report that will be coming through to the executive team formal meeting, identifying issues more swiftly, shall we say,
Yes.
than waiting for a QSE
Yes.
meeting or for a board escalation. So that's the assurance process of
Great.
how we're monitoring and supporting that. From the learning point of view and the stories, I think that's a really good opportunity for us to share with our students in the universities. I and my team do go and speak to, from a nursing perspective, all of the students coming through our their training every year as part of their training, and talk to them of some of the issues that we need to make sure we are addressing, and some of the expectations as a health board around standards of care and quality fundamentals, etc. So I think as part of that, utilising these stories would be really useful. I'm sure Nick has a similar process with the medical teams and DAHPs. So I'm sure we could incorporate that more formally within those processes. And if could speak to Jason and the HR and workforce team around maybe induction, choosing some stories to play at induction with a narrative and a discussion around what that means to an individual and how that wouldn't be what we would want to see.
Great, that's really helpful, and I think we will want to keep being informed about progress around this matter, which actually goes to the heart of everything we do, and there's an opportunity not just through the relevant committee and Rhian with her committee and yourself, Angela, but also Jason and the team who are going to do work around culture in particular, where we get this care ingrained in the whole system. So thank you very much for that. Unrhyw pwynt arall ar hynny, unrhyw gwestiwn arall?
Pwynt sydyn.
Dyfed i gloi?
Pwynt sydyn ydy, dwi'n meddwl bod ti mor bwysig bod ni'n clywed y straeon yma yn y bwrdd. A dwi'n gredwr mawr mewn dathlu llwyddiant a rhannu straeon positif, ond da ni fel bwrdd ar siwrna o welliant, a dwi'n meddwl bod clywed y straeon hyn yn hynod bwysig i ni yn fan hyn. Di hynny ddim yn deud na ddylia ni ddim clywed straeon positif gan gleifion, ond dwi'n meddwl, dwi'n sicr yn meddwl o glywed hwnna a clywed ymateb. Mae'n dangos bod na welliant yn digwydd, a dwi'n meddwl bod o mor bwysig.
Cytuno yn llwyr, pwynt da iawn i orffen, felly diolch yn fawr iawn. Gawn ni ddiolch eto i bawb sydd wedi bod yn clwm a hynny, gwerthfawr iawn fel sydd wedi cael ei ddeud. Symudon ni mlaen i'r eitem nesa, sef eitem eto rheolaidd adroddiad y cadeirydd a Dwyna wedi cyflwyno adroddiad ymlaen llaw ysgrifenedig fel arfer. Dwi ddim am ddarllen trwy'r adroddiad, dwi am rhoi sylw i un y ddau o bethau. Dwi wedi cynnwys yn yr adroddiad yr amcanion mae'r gweinidog wedi gosod ar gyfer weddill fy nghyfnod i yma, ac mae hynny'n broses mae'r gweinidog yn gwneud gyda pob cadeirydd, ac oeddwn ni'n awyddus i rannu hynny efo pawb. Dwi wedi rhyw danlinellu y cyd-destun, achos oeddwn ni'n meddwl fod yn werth i ni roi dipyn bach o sylw i'r ffaith bod gen ni cyd-destun go arbennig ar hyn o bryd. Mae gennym ni angen i ni wella nifer o wasanaethau fel dyn ni'n ymwybodol, a dyn ni ar y siwrne yna. Dyn ni'n neud hynny hefyd o fewn cyd-destun o arian yn lleihau, fel byddwn ni'n clywed nes ymlaen. Ond hefyd mae'r gweinidog wedi gwneud sawl datganiad yn pwysleisio yr angen i ni symud at wasanaeth iechyd sydd yn mynd i helpu ymyrraeth cynnar, yn hytrach na bod ni'n rhoi'r holl broses ar drin salwch, yn bod ni hefyd yn rhoi pwyslais ar ymyrraeth cynnar ac helpu poblogaeth byw yn iach rwan Di hynny ddim yn mynd i ddigwydd dros nos wrth gwrs, ond dwi'n credu bod yn rhywbeth mae angen i ni roi mwy o sylw iddo fo, ac mae yna gyfle i ni wneud gwaith da yn fanna. Dwi wedi rhestru nifer o gyfarfodydd, dwi wedi mynychu ag nifer o ymweliadau, a mae pob un o'r rheina wedi bod yn bwysig. Be ydych chi'n sylweddoli yn y swydd yma ydy bod rhywbeth yn bwysig i rywun bob amser. Mae'n rhywbeth, da chi'n teimlo weithiau, mae'n ymdrech i deithio ar draws y bwrdd iechyd i ymweld, ond be ydych chi'n sylweddoli yn fuan iawn ydy bod hynny'n bwysig i bobl sydd yn darparu gwasanaeth, a dwi'n falch iawn o gydnabod gwaith ardderchog sydd yn digwydd. Dwi am ddweud un stori os gai mewn munud, sef dwi'n gwneud yr holl ymweliadau yma, dwi'n mynd ar draws y bwrdd iechyd, a mae'r cyfan hynny yn bwysig, ond yn un ddigwyddiad wythnos dwytha oedd yn bwysicach na hyn i gyd. Digwydd cerdded trwy pentre, ac fel sy'n digwydd yn aml, mae rhywun yn stopio fi ac yn deud rhywbeth fel hyn. Wyt ti dal yn neud rhywbeth efo'r NHS na? A dwi'n dweud, wel ydw, fel mae'n digwydd, dwi'n gadeirydd y bwrdd iechyd ar hyn y bryd. Wel, gwranda, dwi wedi bod ar restr aros am 2 flynedd, am 2 glin. Dwi mewn poen dychrynllyd, a dwi ddim yn gallu gwneud fy ngwaith. Felly, yng nghanol pob dim arall, oedd hynny yn y atgoffa fi pan dyn ni yma. Dyn ni yma i geisio sicrhau bod gan bobl y gwasanaeth iechyd gorau posibl, ond hefyd mynediad at y gwasanaeth yna. Gadewch ni byth anghofio hynny. Doedd na ddim ateb hawdd i'r person yma, ond oedd y cyfuniad yna o rywun yn y gymuned yn barod i leisio barn, ac yna atgoffa fi, ie, mae gen ni ffordd i fynd i sicrhau pan dwi'n cael sgyrsiau efo pobl yn y gymuned dwi'n byw ynddi, neu ar draws y gogledd, dyn ni'n gallu dweud mae pethau yn gwella. Fydden nhw ddim yn berffaith, ond maen nhw'n gwella. Ac oedd y profiad yna, o'n i'n falch iawn o'r profiad yna, hyd y gwir, achos does dim byd gwell na cael eich choelio yn eich cymuned gan bobl sy'n defnyddio gwasanaethau. Gadewch ni byth anghofio hynny, bod ni yma i wasanaethu pobl fel y person yma, weles i, ac mae rhaid ni wneud yn gorau posibl i roi y cyfle gorau posibl i bobl cael mynediad at wasanaethau a cael y gwasanaeth iechyd maen nhw'n heiddi. Ac oedd hynny, fel dwi'n dweud, yn brofiad oedd jyst wedi atgoffa fi o bwysigrwydd ein rôl ni fel bwrdd. Na i stopio hynny, ac mae croeso unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylwadau ar yr adroddiad yna, os gwelwch yn dda, cyn i mi ofyn i chi i derbyn. Diolch yn fawr. Neb isio holi cwestiwn neu unrhyw sylw. A bydd ofn dweud unrhyw beth rwan ar ôl hynny.
Follow that, as they say.
Well, yeah, there was just something about that experience that, you know, in that moment, reminded me, yeah, you know, whatever else we do, this is what it's all about. Karen.
Reflecting on yesterday, one of your objectives around inclusivity and diversity. And the lady who found, I can't remember what her job title was, but it's Kerry.
Yes.
What a fantastic individual that's only been with the health board since February, but the passion and the enthusiasm
Absolutely.
and just simple things. She showed me this little Quran box, which allows people to sort of listen to the Quran while they're hospitalised. Just a simple little measure that is helping patients while they're in the hospital, you know, not forget their religious beliefs because they've not got access to it. So I think you're going to be okay with objective number 3. I think it is, because we've got a new great team member, and I just thought I'd flag that because the passion yesterday came through. So yeah.
Great, thank you very much. And I had a conversation with her as well, and we've exchanged emails, and I'm really keen to work alongside her and make sure we get that part of the agenda in our discussions too. So thanks. Unrhyw arall, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw? Os nad oes, ydych chi'n hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad yna? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Tro'n nesa, felly at adroddiad arall, y tro hwn gan ein prif weithredwr, ag Carol, troi ata chi ar gyfer y adroddiad, please. Carol, your report this time, please. Thank you very much.
Diolch fawr. So pleased to present my report. It's been pre-circulated, so just to draw out a couple of things. And there is a theme, so I was holding my powder rather than responding to your interaction with that member of one of our communities, and it's the service visits that I have been on. And you know, I think it's very easy with such busy diaries and so much to do, not to quite find the time to get out and speak with people, and importantly, our colleagues who are delivering care and support and other services across the health board. So, but I have been able to get out and about. I've been delighted to do so. So there's just a summary of a couple of the areas there. You'll see that there's a relative focus on mental health as well. In my trying to get to understand some of the challenges and actually some of the progress as well. And we certainly have challenges of the environment, the built environment, but challenges with the numbers of patients coming through, but also some really good things. And we'd heard at the last meeting about NHS 111 Press 2 when we went to see it in action. But above and beyond that, we had an opportunity to meet with people who were running helplines right the way across Wales, and we host that here in the Health Board, and the service and the impact that there are that is able to be made through that, and also often something not particularly in the headlines a lot, but substance misuse and the service we take out and we adapt for people in North Wales. A couple of other elements to just draw through. I was absolutely delighted to present Long Service Awards, and I know exec colleagues we've had a round of them over the last month or so, and it's an absolute delight to recognise both the time served but the contribution of colleagues and the expertise that people bring. I think we were trying to add up the number of years and the diversity of that expertise, and we failed. But it was a lot. So I wanted to flag that, and then just a couple of other really key matters. One is about winter. So it felt very wintry yesterday evening if anyone was out. Just to say, it would be usual for us to bring a winter plan to this meeting to agree that, but in order to get as comprehensive a plan as possible, working importantly with North Wales local authorities and others, that plan will be brought forward to the November board. But to please be reassured that there is a lot of work happening to draw that plan together and to instigate some of those actions. We had a very helpful meeting with colleagues from Flintshire local authority just the other day, and colleagues were explaining what they're doing to support winter planning. So we will come back to that. Bit of a plea for anyone who hasn't yet had their flu or COVID vaccination. I feel like I should do that. Teresa's on holiday, Robert's here, but it's a chance for me to plug vaccination. So please do try to protect yourselves before the winter comes. And then my final comment is one relating to a difficult matter, and we will be covering culture, leadership and engagement later, but that relates to some of the recent research and reports about inappropriate sexual behaviour in the NHS. And I think it's important for us to state very clearly how unacceptable that is in our organisation or in any organisation, and to ask colleagues to please raise it with us. With us personally, we have a speaking out safely process as well. Unless we hear these stories, we don't know where they are and the focus on those. There'll be a lot more to talk about in relation to that in the coming months, and it connects to Karen's comments about equality and how we treat people. So, Chair, just a couple of things that I wanted to flag.
Thank you very much, Carol, and thank you for that comprehensive report and all the activity entailed. And I'll ask for any questions or comments, please. Robert?
Robert said, public health, iechyd cyhoeddus. The chair spoke about the importance of prevention in relation to the work of the health board in his previous item, which I support wholeheartedly. So I wanted to reference the inverse care law programme, which is mentioned on page 6 of the chief exec's report. This is about taking a place-based approach by bringing together partners on a primary care cluster footprint to address the wider determinants of health that cause inequality. The report mentions 3 workshops. These went ahead successfully, and we engaged almost 100 stakeholders to participate in conversations on health inequality. Overall feedback was that the workshops gave a sense of commitment from partners within the room to the potential of the inverse care law programme and the value of connection and collaboration. I had specific feedback from the Anglesey event, where a consultant colleague told me there was a real buzz, a real energy in the room to start to tackle inequality. So thanks to all those who participated.
Great. Thank you, Robert. That's very helpful. Bring Angela in. Any questions or comment? Angela.
Thank you. So just relating to the quality of care area of your chief executive report, Carol, it's really encouraging that we've got some Health Inspectorate Wales visits that have been giving us positive feedback. Obviously, always an opportunity to learn from these visits. But just to let colleagues know, our regulation assurance group that meets on a monthly basis and has been in place for about 6 months now, has getting some real traction on some of these action plans from previous visits. We're sharing some really good learning. It's very well attended. All of the IHCs, mental health, women's and corporate services are very engaged to make sure that we're learning from the opportunities we get from these inspections, but also putting challenge to colleagues around why things are not progressing, how they can support them, finance in the room, HR in the room. So I think that is something that has helped us the last 6 months. And hopefully with the inspection reports that come and the action plans that follow, we'll be able to progress those. All are monitored through our systems now, and we keep that focus on, and the IHCs and areas bring their reports back on a monthly basis.
Very good. That's good to hear. And often we see inspection as a regime that's is there to condemn us, but actually it's a fantastic resource, and there is really rich stuff in those reports from HIW, as you say, and many of them being an emphasis on the positive, but also underlining what improvement we can make. So it's an excellent resource, as you say. Claire, over to you next.
Doug, and my which is around staff accommodation.
Right.
And 2 parts to what I'd like to say. One is that I think there's probably an information gap for Betsy staff in terms of their ability to access affordable housing in North Wales. So there is a regional housing register where people can earn up to £60,000 and they still qualify for rent to own, shared ownership, intermediate rented accommodation. And there are some big developments happening close to all of the acute sites. So I think there's an action from today to bring together, whether it's communications team to then work internally with making, even in my own organisation, some of our staff don't know that they would be eligible for these fantastic homes. And so I think if we could take that forward, there's that. And then I guess the other point is, I would again really press, and I suppose I need to declare as a housing provider in the region, an interest here that we've got to get to grips with addressing the really poor quality accommodation on the sites of the 3 acute hospitals. And there are solutions that could be developed in partnership with other providers. So I think that theme of partnership, we really do need to pick that up and start to provide the accommodation that's going to help people to decide that North Wales is the place to live and work in the health service. So I'm really keen to that we follow that up really from today if we can. But on the information one, I think there are some easy solutions that just staff probably aren't aware of.
Thanks very much for that, Claire. I'll bring Carol in a minute, but Gareth also wants to make a point. I'll bring Carol in after. Gareth.
Good day, Gareth Evans. I just wanted to contribute to Carol's section on staff recognition and leadership. Just some fairly new information, good news that we have had 6 nominations across 5 categories for the Advancing Healthcare Awards Cymru this year, which is being held on the October 20th in Cardiff. These are awards that are open to allied health professions and to healthcare scientists. I will circulate the details of that to board members, but we have, as I said, we've several nominations across categories such as excellence in rehabilitation, new ways of working, and excellence in leadership as well. Just wanted to take the opportunity to wish them well, and hopefully they will translate into some success on the night.
Thanks very much, Gareth. Carol, over to you.
Well, fantastic, Gareth. That's really, really great. I'd want to just come back with Claire's point about the housing. You know, it was a really great visit, and I could see something that was really poor all the way to something that was actually quite nice, you know, and I thought the standards should absolutely all be in that category, and the age of the estate, and there's a lot to talk about. Certainly as I was travelling back, I was absolutely in that space of, actually, should the NHS be doing this alone? Should we not be working with partners? I know from both personal experience with my children, when they're moving to work somewhere, housing and accommodation is really difficult. And I think we've got to be at the forefront of offering something that is, you know, accessible, high quality and affordable for the workforce of North Wales. So I'm very keen to have discussions with whomever, but certainly if we can flag what's already available, then that would be brilliant. I'll perhaps pick that up with Helen and the comms colleagues. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much for that. I don't want to necessarily use the term project, but it does feel as if there's something here actually for us to take a step back and consider what are the needs of our workforce going forward, both at home and those that we are creating from overseas as well, actually.
Yeah.
And there are huge pressures on housing right across our region. But there's great potential as well, as Claire has said. So can we give some thought to how we can take this theme forward? I think it's a huge matter. It's to do with meeting the needs of our workforce and families.
Yeah.
And it's an important part of giving people the opportunity for not just employment, but also the security of a home in our communities as well. So I think that's a potential, quite a big piece of work, but I'd like us to, if we can, somebody take it under their wing, together with promoting what we need to promote currently with our staff and those who join the organisation. So we can take that as an action. I'm not sure who it's going to sit with, but there's a couple of actions there, I think.
Well, if I take it, Chair, because it links with workforce, but it also links with capital, with
Yes.
Russ. So and there's a bit of communication. So we have
Great.
had some executive discussion on staff accommodation. So we'll pick that up.
Okay, great.
that.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Unrhyw sylw neu gwestiwn arall? I Carol, os nad oes, dyn ni pawb yn hapus I dderbyn adroddiad Carol gyda diolch am yr holl waith mae wedi wneud yn ystod y cyfnod, yn gweithio yn ddiflino yn ystod y dydd, ond hefyd yn mynd allan gyda'r nos hefyd ar ymweliadau ag wythnos lawn iawn bob amser. Felly diolch fawr iawn I Carol am ei gwaith. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, sef cwestiynau gan y cyhoedd. Gen I chydig o bethau I ddweud am yr eitem yma, ond yn gyntaf, dyn ni wedi derbyn cwestiynau, ond yn hwyr iawn yn y dydd, sydd yn golygu dyn ni ddim wedi gallu ymateb yn gyhoeddus yn y cyfarfod heddiw oherwydd yr amserlen a'r cwestiynau wedi dod yn ystod y diwrnodau diwetha. Nodi dau beth, mae Mr David Graves wedi cyflwyno cwestiynau ac dyn ni wedi cynnig cyfarfod efo David mis nesa I wyntyllu rhai o'r materion sydd ganddo fo dan sylw ac dyn ni wedi cael cyfres o gwestiynau gan grŵp gweithredu Tywyn, rhes y gwestiynau yn hwyr yn y dydd byddwn ni'n rhoi ateb ddechrau wythnos nesaf a byddwn ni'n cyhoeddi'r atebion yna ar ein gwefan. Jyst I bwysleisio fel dwi'n gwneud pob cyfarfod, does dim angen I chi aros tan cyfarfod bwrdd I holi cwestiwn. Mae croeso I chi gysylltu efo ni unrhyw amser, unrhyw awr o'r dydd bron ac os ydych chi yn grŵp o bobl sy'n awyddus I gael cyfarfod, bydd yn bleser gen ni eich cyfarfod chi. Felly, cadwch hynny mewn cof os gwelwch yn dda. Ar ail bwynt, dwi eisiau ni gael trafodaeth ynglyn â'r eitem yma ar yr agenda cwestiynau gan y cyhoedd, achos mae wedi taro fi yn ystod yng nghyfnod I fel cadeirydd, dwi ddim yn eitem sydd yn effeithiol iawn. Dwi ddim yn siŵr os mae'n cyflawni be ydych chi fel cyhoedd er enghraifft yn dymuno, a dwi eisiau ni rhoi chydig bach o feddwl ar sut allan ni greu eitem sydd yn fwy pwrpasol ac sydd yn mynd I fod o mwy o werth. Ar hyn o bryd, dyn ni'n derbyn cwestiynau, llu o gwestiynau, dyn ni'n darparu atebion yn llawn, mae rhain yn cael ei rhestru, does na ddim trafodaeth achos cwestiwn ag ateb ysgrifenedig ydi o gyd. Felly, dwi jyst yn trio meddwl, ydyn ni'n gallu gwneud rhywbeth gwell. Felly dwi'n cyflwyno neges I ni, nid yn unig ni fel bwrdd, ond y cyhoedd, ein partneriad hefyd, I feddwl, ydyn ni'n gallu cael eitem sydd yn mynd I fod yn werthfawr, sydd yn golygu mewnbwn gan ein pobol ni ac cyhoedd a cyfle I gael falle trafodaeth fer ar rhywbeth neu sut bynnag, ond dwi'n awyddus I ni wneud rhywbeth sydd yn bwrpasol ac yn werthfawr yn ytrach na dim ond derbyn cwestiynau ysgrifenedig a rhoi atebion ysgrifenedig. Felly, erbyn cyfarfod y bwrdd nesaf, dwi eisiau ni, os allwch chi, fel y cyhoedd, gysylltu gyda syniadau, rhywbeth sy'n mynd I fod yn werthfawr. Nid creu cyfarfod arall, dyn ni ddim yn gallu gwneud hynny, ond eitem sydd yn mynd I fod yn werthfawr sydd yn cyplysu mewnbwn cyhoeddus. Dwi'n awyddus I ni roi ystyriaeth I hynny fel rhan o'n datblygiad ni fel bwrdd. Felly, gobeithio bydd yna gyfle ni cyfarfod bwrdd nesaf mi roi rhyw fath o adroddiad o beth yw syniadau pawb. Gan gynnwys pawb sydd yma heddiw, os gwelwch yn dda, os allwch chi feddwl amdano fo, byddai'n dod ar eich gofyn chi i ofyn am eich syniadau chi yn ogystal. Ac hefyd, os gai gyfeirio at partneriaid fel llais enghraifft, bydde efo rhywbeth i ddweud, dwi'n siŵr bydde hynny'n ddefnyddiol iawn. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Felly bydd yr atebion yna ysgrifenedig ar ein gwefan ddechrau'r wythnos. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, sef eitem 23.215, sef mesurau arbennig, ac dyn ni yn y sefyllfa lle dyn ni wedi gwneud cylch gyfan o 90 diwrnod, felly byddwn ni'n derbyn adroddiad ar hynny ac eitemau cysylltiedig, a dwi am droi at Chris i gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Felly, Chris, over to you for the special measures report, please. Diolch yn fawr.
Bore pawb, Chris Stockport dwi. Thank you, Chair. The report that you have in front of you, I don't intend to go through all of the detail, but I would like to just draw out a few of the most pertinent points. I'm grateful over the course of this first cycle for the various but always constructive feedback that we've received through board committees as we have consistently taken the special measure updates to. That feedback has really helped us as we now move, as the chair has said, into cycle 2. We'll all be aware of the decision to adopt these 90-day cycle, the 90-day cycle approach. It is one of the challenges that I wish to share with you today. On the one hand, the 90-day approach has been fantastic for helping hold us to a pace and a momentum that you need in these pieces of work. On the other hand, the ability to be able to course correct within the constraints of the committee timetables has brought considerable debate within my team in terms of how we can best support that. We think we've done a pretty good job at supporting it, but it has been difficult. And indeed, you'll see from the report today, as we talk about some of the things in cycle 2, we've been able to provide you with some of the high-level deliverables for cycle 2, but we haven't, because of the time tabling, been able to provide all of the individual milestones in the detail that we would normally like to do through board. We will continue to work with that. We still believe that that 90-day approach is absolutely the right approach, but I would just ask that we take that into consideration as we look at some of the reds and some of the ambers that we report. Because actually, if we were working in a slightly longer time frame than 90 days, many of those would, even within the course of a week, trip over into being green if we were reporting in that way. And that brings me to the second challenge, which is that actually many of the reds that we're reporting for cycle 2 are simply because of the complexity of some of the independent reviews that we've undertaken. And the fact that actually some of those can slip perfectly naturally just by a week or two, and that consequently then impacts upon the work that we can then do having received those reports. As I've alluded to, some of those reviews have come in slightly later than we had first envisaged, and that means that some of those actions will now move into cycle 2. We won't lose the actions. We will progress with them exactly as had been intended, but it means we'll be reporting in cycle 2 on those. The second point I wanted to pull out was the approach that we'll be taking in cycle 2 in terms of that thematic approach. And actually, we've already touched upon the value of that in the patient story, in the comments that Vaughan made, and that Carol then made in terms of how we can provide greater assurance in this example in terms of our patient experiences. You'll see the 7 themes there within the paper. One of those is about patient, family and carer involvement. And we're absolutely taking the thematic approach so that we do focus upon the root causes and not individual symptoms, and absolutely to address the valid point that Vaughan made. Appendix 1 gives the breakdown of all of the individual milestones at the closure point of cycle 1. Appendix 2 gives that high level overview of where we're going in cycle 2, moving more from design through into delivery. We haven't created those in isolation. We've had lots of really valuable conversations, not just through committee, but with colleagues outside of the organisation, colleagues in NHS Wales, colleagues in government, and members of our partner organisations, and of course the public. So I'll perhaps finish there, Chair, but very happy to pick up any questions.
Thanks very much, Chris, for that comprehensive presentation. Unrhyw gwestiynau, unrhyw sylwadau, so anybody wish to raise any issues around that? I know Carol wants to make a comment, but we go around others first, if that's okay. We'll start with Gareth. Chris or Gareth?
Yeah, just a few questions. I mean, firstly, I would just say I think this is a really well drafted and helpful report. And I'm quite encouraged that at least some of the papers at this board are definitely, to my mind, showing sort of improvement. Unfortunately, still lots of length and lots of complexity, but actually clarity of drafting, I think, is really important. I've just got a few questions. Just to say as well that having worked for 15 years running my own consultancy, external report slipping, unfortunately, sounds not always due to the consultants either, but that sounds par for the course. And I absolutely take your point about working in these 90 days, which I think is a good thing, but it inevitably means that a few days delay can knock on. So I just got a couple of questions, particularly on Appendix 1, particularly the areas of to do with sort of finance. I mean, we'll come on to this later, but I note, and I'm not surprised, that the target date for turning all our savings proposals green, sorry, it's a bit jargony, isn't it, but basically making sure that the savings proposals that have come forward are robust, has been pushed back. And of course, it's better to sort of continue to try to convert the last ones than to give up on them. But I do wonder that as we're getting halfway through the financial year, the realism of realising those savings this year, which again is not an argument for not doing, because even if they end up only being viable for future years, that's worth doing. But how realistic is it really that some of those that haven't yet been converted will actually deliver in this year? I'm interested to know as well, I see the procurement external report has slipped more than by a few days, because I think it's only just been commissioned, but I'd be interested to know what the date for coming out with that, because I think that is an area that I think needs attention, as well as obviously doing the special measures. And the final point on Appendix 1 was I am a bit disappointed, although I know, the pressure that Russell and his team are under about making progress on the scheme of delegations, on the sword in the jargon. And I think that is really something we need to get a grip on. And I know the local ones need to be done first, but I'd be keen to know progress on that. And lastly, on Appendix 2, I mean, I think this is really useful. It sort of shows that, gives us assurance that things aren't being lost. I did just want to ask about where we were, and I know some of this can't be disclosed but on the senior HR cases, because it's quite important to be able to move on from those. So I was interested. It's probably a matter for Carol whether she can give us a feel of how far away we are from knocking all of those on the head. So put it a bit crudely. And the last thing was, I mean, it grieves me to sort of suggest having more papers, but I think it would be useful to have the cycle 2 in the new structure at some point, I'm sure I know you've got it, but because although I could see where things had come from, it's just then seeing them in the new format. So, but generally, really useful report, and thank you very much for those allowing me to make those couple of questions.
Diolch Gareth, defnyddio'n iawn. So there's quite a lot there. So I'll bring Chris and Carol in on some of the points. Chris first, then we'll bring Claire in. She wishes to raise something as well. But if you can address those issues, please, Chris.
Okay, thank you. If it's okay, I'll take those in reverse order, Gareth, and I'm hoping that Russell might want to help me with some of the finance bits at the end. In terms of bringing back the detail for cycle 2 and how that maps through, absolutely, it just didn't work within the publishing time frame for today. But we have all of that at hand, so we'll share it in advance of the next board meeting, recognising that will help committee chairs as we move forward in the interim as well. So I'll pick that up tomorrow when I'm back in the office. In terms of the HR cases, I think I'll hand over to Carol for that one, and hope then Russell will pick up those questions from a finance perspective.
Great. Okay, so we'll go to Russell first, if that's okay. Russell, with the procurement and the meeting savings targets and so on that Gareth raised. If you could address those, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'll kind of try and just cover 3. I'm not sure of the order. So the saving target. So we have 18.7. We're targeting 25.2. We do have schemes that are red rated that we are currently working with the divisions to move into those green. We absolutely need to continue to target to move those in. It is disappointing that we're not in a state where we can report green at this phase, and clearly that's affecting our financial performance. The schemes themselves are not lost and will give us benefits later on, as Gareth alludes to. So there's no detriment to us continuing to push those schemes, but we do need those to be relevant and delivered in the current year. Rest assured, we are having escalation meetings with relevant officers in order to push forward those savings and get that delivery nailed on. And we're certainly not giving up on those schemes. It is a key linchpin to our financial strategy, both for the current year, but also getting those recurrent schemes so that it stabilises our financial position for the following year as well. Clearly, we are doing all we can to get those over the line. But the reticence is in terms of the financial period that we're talking about. We have a limited time now to move those schemes into green, and I share the concern. But I give the assurance we are challenging through a robust process to try and make sure those schemes do deliver in the current financial period.
Carol, on the HR matter, maybe?
Yeah, thanks very much. So, Gareth, you're absolutely right. I'm limited by what I can say in a public meeting, but processes are progressing in the right and proper way. And bearing in mind, fairness and compassion to people who are subject to different processes. The other element in relation to just commenting on senior leadership is that, as Chris has outlined in the very helpful paper as well, the executive portfolio review, looking at the size of portfolios, the balance, that is still underway. I haven't yet received the report and the commitment to then explore that with colleagues. So that is also still as part of this process at the moment.
Great. Just on the procurement.
Yes.
Oh, procurement.
Took rough timetable for that.
Yeah, certainly. So as you know, we've commissioned the review. The work is progressing. We're looking for an early draft in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll progress that through to final submission by close of the calendar month.
Excellent.
Thank you. That will report to committee. Gareth, your committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it will also form part of the special measure reporting as well, which will go wider.
Thank you.
Okay, will be a significant item actually. So I think Claire wanted to raise, and then T Nessa Tria. Claire.
Sure. Chair. I've got a general a question, I guess, and then a couple of more specific. So on the general question, we've got about 40% of the actions are red. So the kind of greens and ambers, I kind of take things might slip a few days. So I guess the question for me, for the board today, is that means some of 40% of the actions from cycle 1 will now be in cycle 2. I am concerned about our capacity. And my question is whether we've adjusted some of the ambition for cycle 2 into cycle 3 so that we can make sure we can deliver on things that have slipped from cycle 1 into cycle 2. Because if we haven't, we're going to be in a position where we're going to be reporting failures to deliver, further delays, and I would really like to be in a position where we're kind of confident and content with the progress we're making on some key things, really clear about where things have slipped, but that we're not kind of setting ourselves up to fail by just slipping everything that's not been done and just hoping that things are going to all work their way through in the fullness of time. Because I think for the team, the whole of the Betsy team, that could be really quite demoralising. So that's the general question. So I'll let Chris have a think about that. On the specifics, and I guess I apologise because when I joined the board, some of the independent reviews, they'd already all been agreed. But I kind of, when I read some of this, and maybe it's just the way it's drafted, I kind of don't sense, if something's an action that we need to improve on, I guess my view is that we should be owning that and getting on with it. And I sense on a couple of areas, and I'll pick 2 out, that we're kind of almost placing it off because we're waiting for Welsh Government to decide if they're going to do an independent review. We're waiting for Welsh Government to commission something. And I guess the question for me is, if we think something's important, can't we just be getting on with it anyway? So communication 3.9. We're talking about review of the process of communication with patients, families, the sort of vascular, reviewing how engagement currently works with patients, staff, public and stakeholders, which we said we were going to do by the 28th of June. And then the action on assurances that we're still waiting for a report from the independent advisor. So we can't produce an action plan. But I guess my question is, if we think we need to improve comms, we could use that report when we get it to make sure our own plan is ticking off everything we need to. But maybe I'm misreading the documents because they're only very high level summaries. I guess it's a question. I hope we're not just sitting waiting for reports on things we ourselves believe we need to improve. And the other area where it's similar is on 5.3 patient safety review, where it says, sorry, it's a long paper, isn't it? I'm just scooting through to that. My note doesn't. So on the clinical governance review, this deliverable is dependent on the patient safety review and it's yet to be procured by Welsh Government. So it's just that kind of general question around.
Okay, good point. And was you giving a little bit of time for Chris and Carol to consider the response. Rhian, ti oedd nesa, dwi'n meddwl, I ddod mewn ar pwynt.
I'll follow straight on from Claire, because I've made a note about, is the clinical governance review really needed in the light of the patient safety next steps? So that was a question. Is it needed at all? And another small question is address our fragmented care record concern. And the assurance comment is the strategic case is not likely to be delivered before the end of September, which is sort of like 2 days away. So I was wondering, have we got a revised timescale for that? That would be quite helpful. And the broader point, of course, is I think this report is really well presented. I like the format of it. I find it really easy, but it has to be set in the context of slippage. That's the big thing that leaps out here. You're going to, if you've got an end point and you get everything is bunching up, isn't it? And it's, you know, how long before it all falls over is the question really. I hope not.
So there's a general question about the whole process, in fact, isn't it? And how when there's slippage occurs, the knock-on effect Okay, how are we going to deal with that? Because it could be by the time we get to phase 5 or whatever, we'll have 100% slippage, you know, if it's recurring. Then there's the other general question about, actually, do we have to wait for actions from elsewhere where we've already indicated this is a significant matter we want to address? So those two general, and there's a couple of specifics. I know also that Angela wants to comment in a minute also, but if we can.
Shall I make I can make a start,
Okay.
Chair, and then Chris and
And
maybe
then
we can
Angela.
seamlessly
Yes.
between between us, we'll
Perfect.
give it a go. You know, Claire's point is so fundamentally right about capacity and having a long-lasting impact, and it's probably one of the biggest issues in my own mind, Claire, because there's you know, let's be honest about this. This improvement journey is going to take years, and it's probably a marathon, not a sprint. Yet the expectations of rapid improvement are felt day in, day out, especially when we're looking at the operational delivery of services for patients who are waiting a long time.
Absolutely.
So we've got that tension to deal with. So I think that in, you know, what we've, I think, tried to do with the first phase, which stabilisation, is do these 3 cycles. That's saying, right, we're going to run at this pretty fast. You know, what's been really important to me is that the first cycle has almost been more discovery. So we've got to really try to get to the end of more discovery so that we know what we've discovered. And then we know what it is that we're trying to put right, to develop and to sustain. So there comes a time when all of those reviews then need to come together. And I think I'm really pleased that this thematic approach has been there. But it's a bit like going back to the patient story this morning. There are themes in there which we need to build in systematically to make that long-lasting improvement. Because I'd like us to be moving much more to understanding impact and outcome rather than process. You know, weighing and weighing and weighing. We want to be now measuring the difference that's been made. So there's definitely something in that. We have to keep checking ourselves about where our capacity is. Can I comment just on awaiting reports? Because we'll come to the planning framework later. We've made the judgment that we can't wait for that planning report because our cycle is moving so quickly. If we don't have a planning framework now, it will affect our plan. So we've made some judgments in here. The engagement one, if you don't mind me saying, Helen, is imminent. And whilst there's lots of ideas, I think having that contribution will help us to make sure those ideas are right. And then I'm sure Angela's going to comment on the clinical governance systems, but the safety report was a limited number of contributions to that report, and it pointed to, let's take a look at how we organise ourselves on safety. But perhaps if I go to Chris on some of the others and then Andrew.
Great. Thank you very much. Chris, over to you.
So luckily, Carol's covered almost all of it.
Sorry.
But just on the very practical in terms of going into cycle 2, we've had some really good mature conversations as an exec team, but more widely than that, in terms of not throwing absolutely everything into cycle 2 and being realistic about cycle 2, what actually should be in cycle 3, and recognizing how much is moving in from cycle 1. So I'm reasonably confident at this point in time that cycle 2 is achievable. We'll see as we move through, but we have been very cited upon exactly the point you raised.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just make one comment. Carol made a really, really important point around expectations around the length of journey to improve. And I think, unfortunately, because we've got these 30 days, 90 days.
90 days, yeah.
There's almost I'm not the accountant, Russell. I think there's almost an expectation that when we get to the end of cycle 3, everything's sorted. And I think we do need to think, particularly with the public as well and our stakeholders, that even the end of the 3rd cycle is really the start of long-term lasting
Indeed.
change.
Indeed.
And I think that's maybe just something that I think even as a board member, I've kind of got myself into the, 90, 90, 90 and
Yeah, very good.
I think that was the point I was going to raise, that okay, so what does this mean?
Yeah.
Where are we? When I see people in my community again, what am I able to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where are we on that journey? Not just where we are, but where should we be?
Yes.
What is the expectation? And I'm fully conscious that we're talking about this at the same time that there is huge pressure in the system that we're trying to address, and we're trying to deal with issues that happen on, almost an hourly basis. But I think we are in special measures. This is a special measures program. We need to relay to the public and to government. This is where we're at the moment. This is where we expect to be at the end of the next 90 days. What does it actually mean?
Yeah.
What does it mean in practical terms for people who are users of health services in our region? So before bringing Angela in, I'm going to pose that question to Carol.
No, great question. Great. So, fabulous conversation. So thank you. I think you're absolutely right. So where are we really? This is stabilization. I know of no other organisation where there was such a wholesale change at a board level in one single month, and so this is about stabilizing the organisation. That's 9 months of stabilization. We're halfway through it, just about. And so that's the judgment, because I think Claire's absolutely right. Once we get through the stabilization and we think, right, it's stable, that's really where the big improvement journey starts. Now, that might not be fast enough for very many of us. We want to be able to go faster. But if we're about long-lasting, sustainable change, which I think is what government and everyone else wants to see, we have to try and get some of the pacing right on it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's really important for us to have that clarity. And I also emphasize we're trying to do this at the same time as dealing with matters that this board has inherited as well, actually, which takes up a tremendous amount of time and energy, and it's stuff that we have to get right, absolutely right. So, let's not underestimate where we are as a board. But that clarity is really useful. Angela, and then Dylan Wedin.
Chair. So Claire, from the position of, are we just waiting for the report to come in around whether we're going to do a clinical governance review? We haven't waited. So I started 12 months ago, and as part of my first initial reviews of what my portfolio was, how clinical governance happened, quality across the organisation, Nick, Gareth and I have been looking at our systems and processes around clinical governance. The report, as Carol identified, was quite a narrow report, a targeted report, and that was really useful for us. And we considered it at QSE the week before last, and identified what our next steps are around that. And we still have to determine whether we want to do a wider review to allow us to get more data and information and qualitative feedback. But in the same time, we've actually reviewed a lot of our systems and processes. My team has changed from a quality perspective. My executive deputy directors of nursing now support patient experience and patient safety. Our deputy director of quality now looks at the assurance side of it and supports Nick and Gareth and myself around that. We're looking at the clinical governance team supporting the IHC's mental health and women's, and how they work and how that support is given. So in the background, as my sort of job is to look at making sure that patient safety, quality and governance is where it needs to be. And we're continuing with that. I think a review would basically look at where we've come from in the last 6 months since the report and the interviews were undertaken, and whether we need to adjust it and maybe nuance it a little bit, or whether we need to look at it in a different way. Carol and I have been having conversations around ombudsman support, around coroner's support, around how we do quality assurance, making sure we're presenting the health board in the best possible way with the most articulate reports that can identify where we are. So that is the kind of work we're doing in the background. So certainly not just sitting and waiting for a report to land on our desk to take action. We want to be ahead of the game. So when it comes, we say tick, 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 we're actually there.
Yeah. Diolch yn fawr, Angela. Dylan, at y ti rwan?
Yeah, just it's a couple of specific points. So in terms of the strategic outline case for an electronic patient record system, the delays we've had there, which is interesting in terms of one part of the health board really putting a lot more rigor into things like procurement. The delays we've had is to do with the procurement, because we're putting a lot more rigor into procurement because of the issues we've had with procurement, which is interesting. But they've been resolved. So the company that's helping us with that have actually only just started this week. It's a company called Ethical, and we should be getting a draft report for 30th of November. That's the target. So just so you're aware of that. The tactical work we've done in ED, which might be in the other question, we've got the draft report for that, and we're just consulting on it now.
Great. Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw bwynt arall, unrhyw gwestiwn arall, Dyfed, dros at y ti?
Diolch. Just ella bod yn pedantic ydy hyn, ond just o edrych ar yr adroddiad, dwi'n cytuno hefo Gareth ar Ian, mae'r fformat yn hawdd i ddeall ac yn dangos lot o gynnydd. Dwi'n meddwl ella ni'n sylwi ar yr un ar pwynt 4, gwella mynediad canlyniadau profiad i gleifion a'r cyhoedd. Dwi'n meddwl bod hwnna'n un o'r rhai anodda falla i gwrdd efo, achos ac ella'n un o'r rhai mae pobl yn disgwyl fydd yn digwydd gynta. Mae pobl yn weld be maen nhw'n weld, Dyfed fel y ti'n dweud yna, be mae'r bobl yn y stryd yn dod ati fi ac yn holi. Just pwynt y manna di, o'n i'n edrych ar pwynt 4.5b, gwelliannau i gwasanaeth dermatoleg, y dangosyddion i gyd yn goch. A be fyswn ni'n ofyn amdano fo, falle, ydy yn y sylwada sy'n rhoi sicrwydd, bod falle bod yna fwy o fanylion falle, neu sy'n rhaid mwy o sicrwydd i ni, achos this remains a challenge. Dwi ddim eisiau defnyddio'r cod pan dwi'n darllen hwnna, ond dwi'n meddwl ella deud dyma ydy'r heria sydd yn, dwi'n meddwl bod yna bosib ella bod rhywbeth fel hyn yn her fawr sydd yn mynd i fynd i cam 3 ac ymlaen.
Pwynt da, ac mae yna ryw fan ganol yn does o ran taro'r manylion, ond be dyn ni ddim isio ydy cyffredinoli, os gai ddweud hynny. So, Carol, just on that point about, the detail that is required in terms of the assurance.
Yes, and just briefly on this, I think we will perhaps more overtly connect different papers together, because outcome 4 is you're absolutely right. This is where it really impacts people who are waiting for services and that sort of thing. So the performance report later on is going to be a key report where people can see what progress is actually being made, and we should particularly, and we are in development of that to make it a better report, but we should probably deliberately put some sections in there about access for the areas that we are more concerned about. You've mentioned dermatology. No code. It means it's challenging. We are having some conversations about dermatology. We have got some issues on it, and we need to deal with those issues in order that we can see any waiting times then come down. But I think we can link some of these things to help that.
That's a good point, that none of this happens in isolation, does it? There is work going on continually with many of these themes in our day to day, as it were, and it is good to bring that information on LinkedIn. So diolch yn fawr iawn. Os nad oes na rhagor o gwestiynau neu sylwadau, dwi am ofyn felly I ni os dyn ni'n derbyn yr adroddiad hwn a'r cynnydd sydd wedi digwydd yn y cyfnod cyntaf na, 90 diwrnod cyntaf na, a bod ni yn cymeradwyo y gwaith ar gyfer y cylch nesa y 90 diwrnod nesa. Ac wrth ddweud hynny, dwi'n awyddus I ni adlewyrchu ar y pwyntiau sydd wedi cael eu gwneud fel yn bod ni'n gallu falle gwneud sylw yn y cyfnod nesaf i'r pwyntiau sydd wedi codi yn ogystal. Di pawb yn hapus I dderbyn, os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y drafodaeth yna, ddefnyddiol iawn, ac hefyd diolch i'r tîm sydd wrthi yn gwneud y gwaith yma a ffordd mae'r cyflwyno wybodaeth yn ddefnyddiol iawn. Felly diolch I Chris a pobl fel Paolo a'r holl tîm yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Eitem nesa ydy eitem 23.216, sef datblygiad hwb yn ysbyty Llandudno, ac mae gennym ni achos busnes fan hyn I edrych arno fo, ac dwi am droi at Chris I gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Chris, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely delighted to be bringing this business case to you today. And to be clear, what we're seeking is agreement to take this business case and present it nationally for national funding to progress this proposal. The proposal is based in Llandudno Hospital and augments the services already provided in Llandudno, and I will touch upon that in a moment or two. And it relates to orthopaedics, and particularly to what we call high volume, low complexity orthopaedics. And they're things like our sort of more simple parts of joint replacement, so hips and knee joint replacements, a number of other orthopedic procedures too, but they are the ones that people will be particularly familiar with. It's a complex proposal, so I'll draw out some of the key elements. The proposal is to open up some closed ward space in Llandudno and refurbish it to create a 19-bedded space, to create 2 new modern laminar flow theatres on the site. And these are complex theatres that you require to do this kind of joint replacement surgery, so they're particularly kitted out for that. To provide an 8-bedded recovery after anaesthetic area, and then to provide some improvements to the general infrastructure on the site and to the radiology facilities on the site. And they're important because the whole hospital site benefits from that, and the whole community in the Llandudno area benefits from that, particularly the radiology developments, which make it much easier for that hospital to be able to reach out into the community and provide as much minor injuries care and outpatient care in Llandudno where radiology is required. So why is this important from an orthopedic perspective? All of the evidence that is emerging across the UK now shows that where you're able to provide these areas of surgical procedures on what we would call a cold site, so away from a district general hospital which is taking in emergency work, the easier it is to protect that activity when everything gets a bit busy on site. And orthopedics in particular has suffered from that because of COVID, but it also, even before COVID and certainly after COVID, it is a vulnerable service, because we know that our unscheduled care pressures, our emergency department pressures, are such that we are always looking for beds on district general hospital sites for those emergency cases. So lots of areas of the UK have moved to being able to provide as much of this activity as possible away from the pressures of emergency departments. And there are some fantastic examples across the UK where not only have they been able to protect that bed base, but then the second advantage of doing things like this is they've been able to create centres of excellence where they've been able to improve the clinical outcomes. They've been able to deliver more care in shorter ways. And certainly from an orthopaedic perspective, some of these centres are dealing with far more hip and joint replacements and discharging people on the same day than we currently are able to do. So it opens up that opportunity. And in the annual general meeting yesterday, we got a bit of a taste of that because we do manage to do some day case joint replacements, but this opens up the opportunity to do much more. Such as the levels other sites in the UK can do. But it's also really important for recruitment and from learning from each other. And actually, from a recruitment perspective, having a centre of excellence where we're achieving absolutely the best in class will help us to bring in new professionals. And that has to be to the advantage of North Wales. It also helps us to deal with some of the challenges that we have in providing orthopaedic services on other sites in North Wales, not just district general hospital sites, where they also, for other reasons, are experiencing a fragility of service that particularly impacts upon orthopaedic surgery. So we're looking to create this fit for purpose site. There's quite a complex jigsaw of movement to make this work. We'll be removing inpatient work for joint replacements from Abergele, but also from our district general hospital sites. We'll be moving some of the activity done there to centre it in Llandudno. Patients will still have the choice to go to their individual district general hospitals if they wish to do so, because we do enough joint replacement work to be able to provide both, but still allows us to do that centralisation. And it allows us to replace some of that removed activity from the district general hospitals with day case or orthopaedic activity, which then doesn't get affected by the pressure of our emergency departments quite as much. The business case essentially explains that, but it also whets our appetite for a phase 2 for the Llandudno site. And that's really important for me to explain, because we know that by doing this, there is a further opportunity then that this unlocks in Llandudno to build upon the business case that you see before you. We took the decision not to present both of them in one go, because actually the second part, there is further conversations to be had, further conversations with our clinicians to work out exactly what we think the best combination is, and also with our public. And we didn't want to stop the activity that this business case would give by delaying that any further, because we all know of the backlog of activity that we have in orthopaedics at the moment, and the sooner we can move on that, the better. I think I've picked out the most important parts of the business case. I would reiterate the point that this absolutely sets a strong future for Llandudno Hospital and brings with it added benefits for the whole community. It helps us to repatriate back into North Wales activity for orthopaedics that currently we're having to provide elsewhere. So I put the case in front of you. I've think summed everything I need to do. Loads of work in this, and so I probably would just like to put my last word before answering questions into just saying thanks to the team that have created this in a very short period of time. They've done a fantastic piece of work here, and one that I'm certainly proud of.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. That was really comprehensive and very informative. So thank you for presenting that. Unrhyw gwestiynau sylwadau, lots of hands up for questions and comment. So we will go in this order this time. No, we will start this side, I tell you. We'll keep on waiting a minute. We am Geiglin gynta, wedyn Gareth, wedyn Angela.
Dwi'n meddwl bod yr achos yn un arbennig o glir a chyflawn a da iawn. Y cwestiwn sydd yng nghefn yn meddwl i, a dwi ddim yn meddwl bod y ddadl yma wedi fy narbwyllo, ydy be ydy dyfodol Abergele?
Right, right.
Byswn i'n hoffi gweld y cyd-destun ehangach i weld pryd mae'r stad yn Abergele yn mynd i syrthio yn ddeilchion, be sydd yn digwydd i gweithgareddau eraill sydd ar y safle, faint o ymgynghori sydd wedi bod efo'r staff sydd ar hyn o bryd yn gweithio ar y safle yna, a sydd yn mwynhau i ysbyty a'i gwaith yn fanne. Oes na ryw dwi ddim wedi cael yn arbwyllo fan hyn bod na ddim potential ar ôl yn Abergele. Falle bod fi ddim yn deall faint mor wael ydy o. Dwi wedi bod i'r safle a dwi wedi gweld yr iorwg yn tyfu mewn trwy'r waliau ac yn y blaen. So dwi yn ymwybodol o'r gwendidau. Ond i wneud yr achos yma yn un gyflawn ac i ddangos bod ni wedi ystyried pob opsiwn, bys ni'n licio gweld rhywbeth ynglyn a'r gwasanaeth yna sy'n mynd i gael i golli o un lle.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Nawr ni ddod yn ôl ar hynny mewn munud. Dwi'n rhoi cyfle i Chris Carol falle ddod yn ôl ar hynny. Ond Gareth nesa wedyn Angela.
Only support this business case, and we've got lots of things on this agenda today, but I think potentially this is the most important because, as I understand it, we've been a bit slow, perhaps compared to other parts of the UK and Wales in recognising the need to ring fence this sort of thing, but the potential of doing with this and the same day stuff, which, as you said, Chris, we heard really encouraging stuff about yesterday at the general meeting. Really could be transformative. I just got a couple of questions. And I should say, I thought again, this was excellent. The business case was really well argued and put forward. Obviously, there's additional revenue costs as well as the capital. And I know the Welsh Government are very, very supportive of this approach. But will we need to absorb that extra revenue cost? And clearly, I would support that, but I just know how difficult revenue is at the moment as well as capital. I was just interested that it says the additional capacity will be shared across the IHC. So will all the surgeons and staff still be employed by their employing IHCs? And is that the best solution? I just don't know. It sounds quite complicated to me. The final point was, I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's obviously really important that people will still have a choice, but I think this is absolutely excellent and exactly what we should be doing. But I think we need to work quite hard on public opinion because there's always a bit of a thing, isn't there, about, well, if my granny has a hip done all the way in Llandudno and I live in, I don't know, somewhere, one of the Wrexham villages, Rostan Creek or something like that.
Oh, don't pick on her.
But I can't get to visit her and she'll be very upset. So, and I mean, in a sense, for a couple of days, that ought to be a second order question, but that's what people think. So what
Yes.
can we do to sort of reassure them and, you know, not to lose a really positive story that this is because of that sort of reaction?
Good point. We'll come back to that. So Angela, and then we'll give Chris and Carol a chance to come back before bringing in others, if that's okay. Angela.
So Chris, obviously we've been very involved in this as exec team reviewing, etc. In 3.5.3.2, which is about developing the clinical model, I don't think we've articulated as well as we potentially could have done how much engagement has been with the clinicians. It identifies that extensive work has been undertaken, but I think the board need to be aware it's clinically led, this business case. It's been discussed at length in different arenas. It's been given opportunity to be challenged. Ourselves as clinical execs have challenged it. We've spoken to the clinicians and we've made sure that it's been exactly what the teams feel is the best for North Wales. And the paper's great, Chris, but I just think we could have expanded a little bit more to board on that.
And I think that has been relayed actually in different discussions. I know that Nick has really promoted the fact that there have been discussions and ownership by the clinicians, as you say, you know, which has been a fantastic development for us, and the learning from that we're really keen to get across the board. But I'll bring Chris and Carol in just on those general comments before bringing others in. So Chris, Carol,
Well, I was going to deal with the wider estate issue, Chris, if that's all right, because
first, then I'll bring Chris.
I've been to Abergele site a couple of times now, and what's clear to me is that the fabric of the estate is really quite challenged. I was told that you know, there was a very genuine concern after an incident that with heavy rain, you know, that water might get into buildings and cause significant damage. I think there had been an incident previously. So, but that is one part of we've got a considerable estate in North Wales, and many parts I think are in need of review, and we do need to have a longer term estates plan that is linked to a clinical service plan. So, because I asked this very question, I said, well, why can't we just, you know, do something in Abergele? And I've been assured about the level of work that took place to assess whether that was possible. So perhaps Chris will be able to pick up on that point. And I think Nick's going to just emphasise the clinically led and the discussions. And, you know, I've spoken to them myself, Gareth, the clinical leads, you know, working together across the whole of North Wales for the interest of North Wales patients. And that is music to my ears, not well, we're only in the west, we're only in the centre, we're only in the east. So this is a different way of working, I think, that we've got to really capture. But I just wanted to make a reference to that wider.
That's helpful. Thank you very much, Carol. Chris?
Okay, thank you. So just building then upon that, the clinicians who have historically been working in Abergele have been absolutely in the conversation, not just about we think this is a good idea, what do you think, but actually what do you think the good idea should be? And there is a real buzz amongst the clinical fraternity, as hopefully Nick will be able to share in greater detail, as a consequence of this proposal and where this takes us to. We're also, to pick up Gareth's point, seeing clinicians from the east of the health board and from the west of the health board going to Abergele now to undertake surgery. Because one of the challenges that we've given the service is actually demonstrate to us how the Llandudno model could work whilst we're going through this process here in Abergele. And they have absolutely taken that with gusto. And the numbers of procedures we're seeing move through just in recent weeks as this case has been timetabled to come to board is amazing, and the buzz on site is amazing, and that's because they can see where this is going to. The problem that they have in Abergele is that it's going to be very difficult for them to sustain that within the infrastructure in which they're working there. And it's a complex issue, which is why we didn't explicitly tie it into this business case. It isn't to say that there isn't an opportunity for Abergele to do work in other fields. It is just that the long-term ability to provide an orthopaedic centre of excellence on the Abergele site is challenged by the ward spacing, the theatre quality, the types of theatres, the ability to increase the electrical infrastructure on the site, and some related factors to that. In terms of the revenue question, Gareth, yes, there is a revenue tail to this. And Russ's colleagues are working really hard to challenge and knock that as far down as possible. And I think there is a little bit further to go. The case that we're putting forward is to seek revenue support as well. Clearly, there are conversations that will have to be had as we move that through, but that is our position on this. Reflecting the fact that we are moving through with 800 or more procedures a year on top of what we are currently committed to do.
Thank you very much, Chris. Just before bringing others in, it strikes me some of the comments around different sites and provision of health services underlines the need for us to get in to space where we can have a strategic picture of the future of health services in North Wales. So that all our decisions are within that strategic context, rather than falling into the trap of making piecemeal decisions and then there's a knock-on effect for something else and so on. We need time and space to have that conversation. I know it's really challenging because we're in the middle of 101 things, but I think that overall direction must give us must underpin our decisions. You know, we must have that big picture, I think. So I'm offering that as an action sometime in the near future, hopefully. Right, lots of people want to come in. I'll begin. We go Gareth, then Mike, then Nick, then we'll go to Helen, then we'll go to Jason, Karen, and Claire, and then we will round up the discussion. Right, off we go.
Thank you. I didn't want to repeat much of what's been said, but I would certainly lend my support to this business case. I think the benefits for patients, which need to be front and centre, are quite clear in this. And I would also echo Angela's comments about the level of clinical leadership and engagement that's taking place in it. I just wanted to make a point, really draw out something that Chris said around the wider benefits. I thought it was an opportune moment, perhaps just to not lose sight of some of those. And I think the potential here to improve innovation, which, as Chris rightly said, we heard one extremely good example of in orthopaedics yesterday, linked to how that might influence research and research activity in North Wales, both of which should translate into how we educate our staff and how fundamentally we improve our organisation. I think are immeasurable wider benefits to this scheme. Research, innovation, and education are the three pillars of our university designation status we have as an organisation. So I thought it was worth a comment in that respect as to how well it fits with that that status. So thank you.
That's a really good point and perfect timing, Mike, as our representative, of course, from the university. But and there was a fantastic presentation we had yesterday. Really exciting to see the innovation. Mike.
Thanks. Gareth's already made some of the points I was going to make. Thanks, Gareth. So the obvious thing is the board has a number of problems to address urgently, but it mustn't stop us innovating in the sort of way that's going on here. I'd say that having visited Llandudno Hospital with other members of the board, it really kind of brings this document alive. It makes sense having made that visit. It's a really good read. Just one very small point from, I suppose, from the university's point of view. 3.6 addresses the benefits to students and also the potential for research collaboration. I suppose just to make a small plea, it's just the sort of procedures happening in this new centre that undergraduate students really need to see. So when we talk about high volume, low complexity, these are the procedures that pretty well every qualified doctor needs to be aware of. They need to follow the patient's journey, whether they're doctors, whether they're physios, there'll be lots of physio involvement, or nursing staff. And just to remind everyone that Glyndŵr has undergraduate students. It has the Central and East nursing students who would benefit from access. So it's not just Bangor University, and we have research connections through Glyndŵr as well. So it's a very welcome development. It's not just about orthopedics, it's about anaesthetics particularly, and radiology. So it'd be really good if you just bear that in mind as developments proceed. Thank you.
Mike, those are really good points well made. Nick, over to you within Helen.
Thank you, Chair. And for me, this is primarily about the patient and the answer to the patient who accosted you and a similar patient who accosted me in the co-op in Ruthin with exactly the same challenge as to, what are you doing about those waiting lists, Dr. Nick? I've been a medical director for over 10 years and have had again and again presented by Getting It Right First Time, the national programme, really challenging and giving the overwhelming evidence that this sort of centre is exactly what you need. The evidence is absolutely blindingly obvious that it's the right thing for patients. And in my career, this is the first time, I suppose, I've been able to go back and think, right, we can do something about this. We can actually deliver that. So it takes me quite a lot to get really excited and passionate. So, but I really, really am about this one. And I think that's an illustration, and it's also rehearsed, but a doctor from outside the region has approached both Mike and I, attracted by the medical school and attracted by the rumours that we would be doing something in Llandudno. And she said, I want to come and work here because I hear what you're doing. So I don't think when we talk about retention and training, it isn't just theory, there's actual tangible, you can already feel people responding and making a difference. And we're in discussion with Health HEIW, bit about the potential for increased postgraduate doctors who would be able to work in this environment. And of course, that's the prime recruitment for us in the much longer term. But just briefly touching on the teamwork, because the bricks and mortar, having the state-of-the-art theatre, laminar flow theatre, which meets all the infection control standards, is what we need. But it is that teamwork. And it has been incredible, the journey that team have been on. And it hasn't just been a mindless, yes, we'll do it. They've really been, the three clinical teams on the sites have worked in a really quite a humbling way to actually tease out the problems, challenge, think it through, but actually over the last 6 months in particular, come together and say, we're up for this. We behind closed doors, we almost set them a challenge and said, look, we will be supporting this case as we are today, if but only if you can show us that you will come on board and you will work and you will lead that. And I think, Chris, it would be fair to say they've probably gone beyond that challenge. I'm almost playing catch up now with them in terms of their thoughts about productivity, their thoughts about different ways of working. We've got a lot more to do to work out how we can deliver this model completely safely. There's a lot more detail to do, but I suppose what gives me encouragement and why I would support it completely today is that the teams are already ahead of us in some ways in that problem solving, thinking it through, working not just the orthopedic surgeons, but with the other professions and the other clinical teams to do it. So it has my wholehearted support, Chair.
Nick. Helen, Sinessa.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to draw out some of the rich engagement on which this is built. we heard earlier from the chair about the conversation in his own village and the impact that the long waits are having on our public and our the patients across North Wales. We have a continual cycle of engagement in the health board, and so we are always listening to what our patients and our public and families and carers have to tell us. And so this is built on a foundation of what people have already said, and we can't quite say it's a we said we did, but we almost might. This is an opportunity, I think, to really signal to the people of North Wales that we are listening to their needs. I also just want to highlight that we've had the conversations with our stakeholders, both our partnership forum with the staff unions, and also with the stakeholder reference group, and wider still. We've also had conversations with the staff who are working in Abergele and Llandudno, and indeed the other sides. So, and we will build on that at a point in time if we need to consult with them formally, and I'm sure Jason will want to pick that up. And we will continue the conversations with the people of North Wales if indeed this and other exciting developments take place.
Diolch yn iawn, Helen. Yeah, the point's really well made, and that work is valuable as we embrace innovation and change and creativity. Engagement, both internally and externally, is absolutely vital. So it's good to hear about that. Jason, dwi'n meddwl nesa, wedyn Karen, wedyn Claire, dwi'n meddwl. Right, Jason.
Chair. Thank you very much. I think this is a really helpful paper, which really does help and set the scene really for some of the new ways that we want to work as an organisation. And I think most notably as well, recognising the level of engagement that we've had so far in the development with both our staff who know how to run the services, but also as well making sure that our key partners are part of the conversation really to build ownership, and I'm really pleased to recognise the contributions that we've had from our staff side and from our staff as well. But as Helen very rightly notes, engagement continues throughout any process, and we would be continuing to engage with our trade unions and our colleagues and other partners subject to any the decisions that are reached. Just wanted to pick up and note one point that Gareth noted earlier in relation to how we employ our staff, and we're one unified health board across the whole of North Wales, looking after our people in North Wales. And whilst we've got our IHC models to make sure that we understand our local care population, that our one unified approach allows us to move our people around to make sure that we can jointly put them in the right location to deliver the right type of care across the organisation. But from my perspective, I thought it was a really helpful key point to say this is how we want to work, and this is the culture that we want to set in the way that when we look at our business cases, we connect with all of the right people, so we build ownership. Thank you, Chair.
Jason, Karen,
Diolch, Chair. I'm assuming that the NHS Wales Infrastructure Investment Board, quite a mouthful, doesn't have a money tree, so which would be quite good if you did. What's the possibility of, we're competing with other health boards, that this gets rejected? Because as a business case, for me, it's pretty much a no-brainer. I think it's fantastic, and it's going to take us where we need to go. So what is plan B?
Yeah.
And when we've discussed our risk appetite at the last board meeting, we want to be open in our risk around innovative. So how do we, if we get rejected, redistribute that pot of funding potentially? I've no idea how much it is, how many millions we're talking about, for obvious reasons, that we can actually still proceed with this.
Okay, good point. But whilst we think about that, I'll bring Claire in, and then I know that Russell wants to make a comment as well, and then I'll come back to Carol just to round up, and Chris, if you've got any points you want to make finally before we finish on this item. So
Chair. I'm kind of picking up on some themes that have already been mentioned really, but really support the business case. Absolutely. Went on site, had the pleasure of seeing what this could really look like and feel like for local people. And I think picking up Karen's point about risk, I'm quite comfortable with the revenue risk that's attached to this proposal, because I think we have to start to think about what we want to deliver and then work out what we need to change to enable us to deliver it. So I hope we'll get revenue support, but if we don't, we still need to do this. So if we just get the capital support, that would be fantastic. So I think what we then do is we reshape services, we modernise in other areas, we do other things that are going to deliver efficiencies so that we're able to take this forward. Because actually, if we don't, the next paper on the agenda, which is asking us to agree on new risk appetite, we're kind of almost, before we've done that, kind of taking a really, really cautious approach to life. And we won't change things for the people of North Wales unless we make some braver decisions. So I'm really supportive of this, and I feel quite confident we'll be successful. So
very good. It's a really good point, and in case anybody from Welsh Government is listening, can I just underline, we are expecting huge commitment from you for both capital and revenue. Just in case you need to give that any further consideration. Russell, then we will ask Carol and Chris to round this up, please. Diolch yn iawn. Over to you, Russell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think just leading on from that last point, there's a comment there to say actually if our services are efficient, it does create the headroom to invest in these innovative products and bring services further forward. So there's a general theme there. What I would say about the business case is really supportive, and of course what that does for us is set a standard going forward. So what I'm really impressed with is that we didn't just put a case for let's provide these services somewhere else. We used a reference benchmark. We made sure that the case that we put forward will be providing proficient, productive and efficient care effectively as we go forward. And I think we need to make sure we hold ourselves to those standards as we go forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, good point. Diolch yn iawn. So Carol, then Chris, maybe to round up, is that okay?
Yeah, I was going to make a comment about Welsh Government capital, but I think the chair made it for me, so perfect. And we look forward to attending
revenue.
And we look forward to going to the investment board to present this. We really do. I just wanted to, I think Russ has made a very strong point. Probably about 3 months ago, so I was only in the organisation a couple of months, started to get my head around this, and I said I really want to stretch this business case and turn it inside out, upside down, and I think colleagues have really done that over the last couple of months. So huge number of colleagues involved, and Chris thanked them, and I extend my thanks to them and to the execs around this table, actually, who've really come together on this. So I think this is a great opportunity. We may not have started, Gareth, at the front of the line, but I have a feeling that with this commitment and development, we're going to be very quickly moving through, and I think this is something that we should be using as one of our sort of templates, models, whatever, to put for other services as well. And that's a bit of an expectation we're now starting to set in the organisation. Cross-working, clinical engagement, really strong business case development, and then we'll get stuff over the line. So thanks, Chris.
Great. Chris, final word from yourself before we endorse this.
So absolutely fantastic that people. We'll move this through as Karen has said to the investment board, which is only in a few weeks' time. So we will know within a few weeks, really. I don't believe that they have got a magic money tree. But we have worked really hard with colleagues outside of the organisation to make sure this absolutely fits strategically, that we've explained, that we've explored questions coming from respective parties. So I believe that we'll get a good hearing. I'm pleased that you're optimistic. We haven't quite worked out who's going to the investment board yet, but I think there might be space for you. Yeah, thank you. And I will pass on the thanks to the team.
Yeah, great. Well done. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Felly, gan ddiolch I bawb am y cyfraniadau i'r drafodaeth bwysig yna, a thrafodaeth bwrpasol ar sawl wedd, gai ofyn I chi os ydych chi'n fodlon gyda chynnwys yr achos busnes, gan gynnwys y gallu I ni ddatblygu wedd 2 ar gyfer y model ac I ni gyflwyno'r achos I Llywodraeth fel sydd wedi cael ei amrynellu. Di pawb yn hapus I ni wneud hynny heddiw, os gwelwch yn dda. Hapus iawn. Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Diolch yn fawr I bawb am hynny. Trown ni nesa felly at pwnc risk, and Phil, I'm going to ask you to present the next item and a sort of heads up for everyone. We've used up quite a bit of time on that previous item, which was absolutely right, I think, that we gave that item the appropriate discussion. I'm going to try and encourage people to be succinct over the next 2 or 3 items, please. So Phil, over to you with framework for approval, the risk management framework.
Diolch, Chair. So this is first of 3 frameworks, risk management framework, set of activities that support the risk management process. It has been well considered by board members, and I'm very grateful for your support in getting this document to the state it's in. We've had a board development session together. We've worked together subsequently to develop and received your feedback and implemented it in this version. There's 2 parts to the report. Basically, there is a risk appetite statement, which also received some scrutiny and review at the audit committee on the 15th of September. It also went to the exec team the week before that for a review as well. And we actually did reflect some of we have reflected the feedback from the audit committee in this version that you see. And that appetite statement, it does influence and inform the framework as well, as you would expect. So the 2 documents are related. I have subsequently, since the reports have been published, had some really useful feedback from colleagues. And I mean, and we can, there is lots of feedback I've had which we can adjust and reflect this document to update it, to make it even better than it is now, I hope. But I will leave it there, Chair, in the interest of time, and receive any questions.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Phil, felly unrhyw sylw neu gwestiwn gan unrhyw un ar yr eitem yma? Karen, you first, please. Thank you.
It's just a very quick one. We studied this at length at the audit committee. I made the recommendations for change which have taken place. There's just one that's slightly askew on page 16, and it talks about the final piece in the risk strategy about training and learning of people, but the comment that was made in the audit committee was about us being a continuous learning organisation, and how we need to learn from risk management to improve the risk management process. So I think that just still needs a slight tweak, Phil, but otherwise, thank you for incorporating all the comments.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for making that point. Gareth,
yeah, just briefly, I think this is really excellent paper, and I wasn't involved in some of the meetings that I normally would have been because of leave, but I'm completely supportive of it. Just wanted to make a couple of points. One of which I think it is absolutely important. We talked about the need to be open and honest about like the length of time it's going to take to change the organisation. We also need to be honest that there are trade-offs between different risks.
Yeah.
So as well as, for example, and I know this is partly because we're using a framework which is quite useful, but recognising that we've got our appetite which will say we're prepared to take some risks on quality if they'll deliver better quality in the longer term.
Yeah.
We also need to recognise that if we've got a low tolerance of the risk of an even greater financial overspend, that also increases the risk that we have to take on quality. So I don't think that's particularly a desirable situation, but it's the fact, and we need to be honest about it. Having said that, I absolutely agree with being less risk averse across, you know, and I think, you know, we just can't sort of pretend with the degree of difficulty that we've been in that you know, we just need to hunker down and sort of, you know, hope it'll all go away. So I think that's really important, and I also think it's really important that this culture of openness isn't just about expecting people to tell us from the bottom up about what risks there are, but also acknowledging and being honest about the issues that they're facing. And again, the difference between risk and issue, I think, well articulated, because, you know, I think you talk, Chair, about the situation we inherited, and my feeling quite strongly, and we're going to talk about culture later, is that one of the things we inherited was a culture in which people just did not want to put their heads above a parapet because they felt they'd be blown off. And I think we're changing that, but we need to change it throughout the organisation. So we need people to identify risks, but also to say, you know, these are things that are risks that are crystallised and they're just not working.
Yes.
And to you know, to recognise and reward people for doing that. My final issue is perhaps sounds a bit specialist, but I think it is important. So on financial investment, I absolutely agree with being open to an open approach to risk. But one of the things that I think as chair of PFIG is that when we look at capital investment, we've got a very, very long list of business cases that are sort of actively being developed. And we know, for the reason we talked about, that, you know, there isn't much capital available. So I think we must be investing quite a lot of staff resource of really valuable staff who, as we've seen with the orthopaedics, can do a fantastic job, but on working on things that we know in our heart of hearts are not going to get funded in the short to medium term. And I think we have to stop that, because I think we're using too much resource on things that we know aren't going to get funded. Sad but true.
Well, I think it's good you mentioned that, because I've had recent experience where it's been drawn to my attention. Well, 3 projects that have been ongoing for a decade, but are clearly not going to get anywhere. But people have been tied in to that, and some of the people have left the organisation and so on. And, you know, we really need to take stock. And I know Carol, the chief exec, is keen to do that too. I think we need to reassess where we are with every single project, and how we can review exactly what the requirements of this organisation is going forward, and therefore capital going forward as well. So again, I think the need to get the big picture as well within the strategic context that we're trying to develop. So just on that point.
Yeah, just briefly, at execs earlier this week, I think it was this week, wasn't it? Yes, Tuesday. We agreed just that on the capital investments, things that we believe may have been committed to before, or at least be in a pipeline of commitment, for us to take a fresh look at that. And I think we also agreed that as soon as we're able to take that bigger strategic look, that's going to be really, really important, because that will help us to understand where are our biggest issues and risks, and where might we have to prioritise some over others. And well, not might we have to prioritise, we will have to prioritise,
Claire?
Just really pleased to see this here today. I think we had a really useful board session a few weeks ago to feed into this, and I'm glad the audit committee has also had a kind of further look at it before it came here today. I'm just pleased to see that we are talking about 3 lines of defence in here now as well, really clearly. So I'm really supportive of the approach. Yes, we'll need to bed it in. We'll need to see how it works in practice. We might need to tweak some things, but I do think this is a really positive step forward in moving from, well, kind of woods to trees type of thing.
Yes.
Thank
you. Thanks so much.
Anyone
else? Fian, ti'n nesa? Mike.
Ie, jyst i gefnogi be o Claire yn deud, ond hefyd dwi'n meddwl y cam nesa i ni ydy edrych ar y gofrestr risgiau corfforaethol, be yn union ydyn nhw dal y rhai cywir. A'r un peth efo, be ydych chi'n galw am Gymraeg, board assurance framework. Ydy hwnne yn iawn? Ie, mae eisiau edrych. Dyna di'r plan nesaf, dwi'n meddwl.
Yn oleuni y papur yma fel ti'n dweud, ie.
Ond mae'r papur ei hun yn ardderchog, dwi'n teimlo.
Diolch yn iawn. Mike, nesa, dwi'n meddwl.
Yeah. Okay. It's a small point really. I noticed in the impact assessment, with the form of wording used, about the Welsh language saying that translation service would be available. Would it be better if you committed to providing a version of the framework in the Welsh language? Is it something a little bit more positive? And my second point was how useful it was to read about colour blindness being a problem with RAG ratings. It had never occurred to me before. So certainly in my other work, I'll be introducing the letters onto those colour codings. So very useful read from all sorts of points of view.
Mike, so just on that point then, Bill, that Mike raised, any comment on that, please?
In terms of translation of that, or
yeah.
I know, I think that's really important, Mike. So I would like to, take that up, and we can get this. We will translate it. We'll firm up the language within that in terms of that commitment. Right. Yeah, okay. Absolutely feel very important.
Anyone else? No. Phil, thank you.
I know we're in a dash. I will kind of pick up those comments, Chair, that I've received. Thank you very much for them. I think it is the Good Governance Institute format is a little bit restricted, but I think we've got some opportunity just to make some small changes. If we can agree in principle to the approval of the framework, we can reflect those changes.
Great, thank you. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I gymeradwyo ysgolch yna a derbyn y fframwaith yna wedi drafodaeth. Diolch yn iawn. Diolch pawb am y cyfraniadau. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, felly 23.218, fframwaith arall. So hwn ar gyfer perfformiad. Russell, I'm changing over to you to give us a brief introduction to the paper on the framework for integrated performance, please. Diolch yn iawn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Similar to the previous paper as well, we have received some fairly useful comments, and we'll incorporate those into the final version and final amendments and minor changes. If I just introduce the paper, so the framework, performance framework, really key. It's a key document for us to understand, once we've set our plans, medium terms, long-term plans, how we're performing and how we're going to monitor against those plans. Effectively, therefore, monitoring, managing and improving our performance as we move forward. And the document defines roles and responsibilities for committees and officers in undertaking those roles. It also describes the structures in existence and references the executive delivery group, which will be the executive delivery of integrated performance group. That will form a key linchpin and key report for committee that we'll use moving forwards to assess and provide oversight for performance. And that will be an assurance function back through the executive and the wider board and subcommittees. And essentially, the paper itself describes and articulates the process for performance management as well. It seeks to give an indication as to how supportive measures can be in place, and also RAG rating and scoring of risk can be evidenced.
Thank you very much. So, felly, unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylw? Tra bod pawb yn meddwl, David, who's just joined us, I don't know if you need translation on the table. Ti'n iawn? Ti'n neud yn dda iawn, ardderchog, diolchgar iawn, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw sylw, unrhyw gwestiwn?
Sorry, Chair, me again.
Yeah, Gareth, within
I mean, again, I think this is a good paper. Just a couple of things. One, I'm interested in, I mean, obviously, we've got quite a well-developed, I believe, system of, individual assessment, PADR system. How far do we use that as a way of, coherently managing performance through the organisation? I mean, it's a vast organisation, but nevertheless, at the end of the day, people's individual objectives ought to tie back in. I'm just interested how far we already do that, and what more could we do? I hesitate to, as you know, I don't mind asking idiot questions, but there's a whole section on business intelligence, and I would like to just know what that means, whether we're talking about data or whether we're talking about patient stories or we're talking about the whole lot. It's just it's a phrase that I, didn't really echo for me. And the final thing, although I think absolutely is what is said in section 7 about monitoring by exception. When you look at the extent to which the trajectories we've got in the current annual plan that we're off target with them, I fear that you're going to end up with a very long list of things that you're monitoring if you're looking at I think it says, a part of a service that fails to deliver just one of its objectives for 3 months, that you've got to sort of then go in quite intensively and look at it. I mean, that's obviously what we should be doing, but is it practical in the current state of play? So those are the questions.
Good point. Diolch yn fawr, Gareth. I'm not sure if Carol or Russell wants to make any comment on any of those.
I mean, I'm quite happy with these two. I would genuinely just support and approve the framework. Those are things, if people can answer now, fine, but otherwise I just leave them as thoughts, really.
Okay.
I can, I'll give it a go. I having just going through the PADR process myself, I'm having a bird's eye view. And so I think there's a lot that's good about the current process, but some things that need to be strengthened. And I think it was feedback from colleagues in the board development session that said it'd be great for every single member of staff to be able to say, yes, I'm helping to deliver that objective of the board, so I think there's more to do. That's not Betsy specific. Business intelligence, this is some of the conversation we were having earlier about how do we know. So it's more than data. It's where, data becomes information, information becomes intelligence. So Angela mentioned the Civica system. We talked about records. We talked about incidents, how to bring all of that. We talked about feedback from members of the public and our staff. So how do we do that? And this is what this framework's attempting to say is bring all of that together. Now, the bit that sits underneath is what extra work do we need to do? Because we've got bits in pockets and we're going to need to sort of stick it together, she says very technically. But we've started to have some of those conversations, which is good. And then on escalation triggers, we're going to be focusing on performance. Outcome 4 special measures is really about delivery. But we'll probably have to just get going and refine. Sorry, Russell, did you? Sorry.
Only really, if I may share, just to add to that. So I think a really key part of this document is to link into the planning and the planning for the ownership. And the ownership and measurable and realistic or challenging targets for delivery. And then this document comes to life at that point. It's difficult if you impose targets that are national driven that we're not already hitting, how to get the alignment and the ownership. So it walks hand in hand with that document actually.
Good point. Diolch yn fawr. Rhian, wedyn nawn ni gloi ar hwn. Rhian, at ti.
It was just something that leapt out at me. Commission services, commissioning performance and assurance via executive delivery integrated performance group. I think particularly in the light of some things that have happened, with Countess of Chester and so on, we are responsible for quality, in the things that are provided. And I think I'd like to know a little bit more about how that group works and how it comes to maybe my committee or to the board in due course. So it's not a question for now, but it was just something that leapt out at me. I'd like to know more about that, please.
The whole matter of what we commission as a board, I think, is an important piece of work for us to sort of take a step back and look particularly around what the governance around it, because there's a tremendous amount of commissioning going on, rightly so, but I don't think we're absolutely clear about what the governance is and where reports go to and so on. So I think that is a piece of work in hand, isn't it?
It is. We met last week to discuss some of that, and so we can brief you, Rhian. Happy to do that.
And the committee which you chair, Rhian, will have a important part to play in that. Diolch yn iawn. Felly, ydy pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y fframwaith yna, fframwaith arall ynglŷn â perfformiad a'r ffordd fydd perfformiad wedyn cael ei adrodd i'r bwrdd. Pawb yn hapus yn dderbyn ys gwelwch yn dda. Ie, diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen yn i fframwaith nesaf. Fframwaith ymwneud â cynllunio y tro hwn. So Chris, this report is your subject, so I'm going to present it, please. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Chair. As Russell has just drawn out, this fits as a part of a triad of the frameworks, with the first two having been said. There's no friendly competition amongst the execs, but you'll understand that we've left the best till last, and that's the planning framework in front of you. Actually, in hindsight, I think we would have drawn out in the cover paper. The framework in front of you is the theoretical good practice to underpin planning, and it needs to also be read in conjunction with the annual NHS Wales planning framework, which sets the annual context and provides a little bit more of the granular expectations. So accepting that this is the theory of how planning should be done in the organisation, I do think it fits well with the frameworks you've just looked at.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw, t'gwch yn raise on this further framework?
I think it's says all the right things. Translating into practice, I suspect, is going to be more difficult, because I suspect we've got quite a lot of work to do to build capacity lower down the organisation. That sounds very hierarchical, to develop the skills that we need for them to really inform that we are setting targets and objectives that make sense to people who are actually delivering it. I think my impression is, fairly new boy, that there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and the whole concept of planning can be quite complex, and to embrace that across the organisation, as you say, is good to be the challenge. Dylan, ti nesa, wedyn Claire.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make a point, which is, I guess it's obvious, is that, as opposed to a triad of plans, it's a trinity of plans, because actually they're interrelated frameworks, which is I think important, and just the importance of making sure we keep them interrelated. So if we think about the business intelligence point, which is about what data we collect and analyse to inform, well, that needs to be linked to the plans, and we need to be consistent in terms of the way we do it. So I think it's really important that they're taken considered as a whole.
Yes, indeed. Good point. And those three frameworks together, hopefully, will focus our minds on that. Claire.
It's just a plea around the planning framework does reference the need for engagement and consultation, but when I look at the timeline, it feels very tight in terms of making sure that we do have sufficient time to properly engage and consult partners, stakeholder reference group, etc. So I guess it's just a plea that in finalising this time frame, that we perhaps have a further look at that. And I know it's a busy timeline already with lots going on at various points in the year, but it sometimes has felt in the past that we take a finished almost document to stakeholders and partners to get it signed off, as opposed to building in engagement early enough in the process that it can influence what's in the plan. So it's just a plea that I'm happy to approve the framework, but I would just ask that that's given a further bit of consideration.
No, important point that we ensure that not just the timescale, but we create the right conditions where people can engage and can influence. We want actual people to help shape our services and help the way we go about our business, as it were. So, Carol, as a point, and then Chris, to round up on this, please.
I love the trinity of plans. I'm going to use that much more because I think I was asked to give an overarching comment at the end of all three items. Because people might think, well, this is all a bit dry, isn't it? But these are building blocks to help us move forward. So, you know, and colleagues have worked tremendously hard and very fast to try and get these things through. I think the chair made an important point about this being about planning, not just a plan. So this is about developing planning as a capability throughout the organisation. It's not about the planning department per se, although you know they'll act as a key focus and expert resource. And so hence when we, Claire's point about what that time frame looked like, I think we can almost take the times off and say this is the process by which, and if you're ever going to develop a plan for X, we've got to build in the right level of engagement, both in terms of clinical, let's just go back to orthopedics for a moment, but also stakeholders and people with particular interests. So the really key thing on all of these frameworks will be keeping them together through implementation. Now there's quite a bit of work, so we won't get it right all of the time, but we'll get it better. So that's great. Thanks, Chair.
And Chris, to round up, please.
Thank you. I think to just provide some reassurance to Claire, it should have been clearer, but in the planning timeline shown there is the planning timeline for this year. And it reflects the fact that we delayed our submission of last year's plan for a few months, and then on top of that, if I'm honest, the pressures of special measures means that we have ended up having to compress the timeline a little bit in the middle. The normal timeline should not and wouldn't be that compressed. So what we'll do is include in the framework the correct time frame, just to make sure that we're not concertinaing in that engagement for all the good reasons.
Chris, felly ydy pawb yn hapus wedi drafodaeth yna I ni gymrydwyo y fframwaith yma, felly ac I ni ofyn I sylwadau cael ei adlewyrchu wrth I ni fabwysiadu'r cynllun. Pawb yn hapus I ni wneud hynny. Diolch yn fawr iawn am eich cefnogaeth a diolch yn fawr iawn am y gwaith yna pawb sy'n bod yn hwn a bo. Ymlaen felly i'r eitem nesa 23.22 dim ag yr adran llywodraethiant corfforaethol fel fe'n droen atoch chi I gyflwyno'r eitem yma, and as usual we will assume that everyone has read the reports carefully, so please highlight any issues you want us to consider in particular. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch, Chair. So in light of that, Chair, I'll just quickly mention item 1 of 3 parts of the report, which is the use of the corporate seal. Hopefully the board can see how it's been utilised and gain some assurance from that. Unless there's any comments on that, I will move on to part 2 of the report. So part 2 of the report is it's to do with standing orders, which is a rule book for health boards in Wales. So the board is asked to approve the incorporation and adoption of the model standing orders. So these were released to us on the 27th of July from the Minister. And after that date, the joint committees of Welsh health boards have been updating their documents. And this is the first opportunity we've been able to come to the board and to present them to you for adoption. So, you know, this is not in the nicest possible way. It's not a choice thing necessarily. You know, this is incumbent on us to incorporate and adopt the model standing orders that are shared with us from Welsh Government. And in the appendices, the documents, Appendix 1 and 2, you'll see in red where those changes are made. But it is really interesting to know why the changes are made, though. So there's introduction of the duty of quality and duty of candour, which we've talked about in the board before. Changes linked to the establishment of FLICE and the dissolution of the community health councils and the board of community health councils. There's a narrative update about standing financial instructions related to contracts and procurement, which again we mentioned earlier and is important to recognise here. And then I mentioned before the joint committees that we're part of, Specialised Services Committee and Emergency Ambulance Committee, have updated their standing orders as well. So, you know, there are significant changes. I want you to be aware of them. We do need to agree to incorporate and adopt them. So that's part one of this section. The other significant part of this section is just to ask you to note and be assured as a board that there are elements of the standing orders which are tailored and individual to each health board because they reflect our work, our frameworks, our policies. And in the report, there are so in table 1 of the cover report, we talked about the standing financial instructions below, for example. We know that we are doing some work on this, and Russell updated earlier about the scheme of delegation to officers and others. We know we've got an item in it next about board committee arrangements. So these are just 2 examples of tailored documents that when the board agrees on will be the standing orders becomes updated again, really. So there's the main, so just to summarise, there's a main part of from the Welsh Government which we must adopt. And then I want the board to recognise that we are working on individual documents which will subsequently inform it, and that's ongoing really. Yeah. And that is making good progress. So that's part 2 of the summary. So I'm going to stop there.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus efo hynny? Unrhyw gwestiwn? No? Okay, pawb yn hapus? Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Diolch. So part 3 of the report really is it's as you know, we've a little bit alluded earlier in the meeting to the development and the number of independent members that we have in the health board. And we are currently undertaking a recruitment, public appointment process for the recruitment of further independent members of the health board. And that will help us support introduce new governance arrangements. What the part 3 does is set out a governance approach and framework, committee approach and framework for the board to consider. So this is very much dependent on our ability to appoint independent members to resource it. And as we recruit new independent members, we would review progress against that model. So I wanted to leave the introduction at that and give the opportunity for board members to comment on it.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw ar y rhan yna, sgwrs yna? Gareth.
Yeah, me again. I don't want to sound like a trade union steward for independent members.
Please do.
I mean, I'm reasonable. I think intellectually this committee structure looks right, so I want to support it and will support it. But I've drafted a note. I won't run through the figures, but I think with a reasonable calculation of how much time this will take in terms of independent members, assuming you only have 3 independent members on each of the committees, and I'm leaving aside now the chair and vice chair, who obviously have more, are employed for more time. With 10 independent members, you've got 480 days a year. And my calculation is servicing all these committees from the independent members would take about 450, which leaves not enough time to do everything else that we should be doing. There's quite a lot of things that we do in terms of some of the disciplinaries and reviews which require an independent member to be on the board and the panel. And I've had some experience, really positive, really interesting experiences. Also, there's obviously quite a lot of background reading that independent members have to do. And what we haven't done much of, and I know we're addressing that, is actually having contact with frontline staff. And again, at the health fair, so that was so valuable for those of us who are trying to do this. This really isn't a whinge just about our personal, but we all know that although we are paid for 4 days a month, that you cannot do the job, certainly under the current circumstances, without committing a lot more time than that. And that concerns me from an equalities point of view. We've now got the socioeconomic duty. We cannot have a situation where we are employing independent members on a completely fictitious basis about how much time they're putting into this, because those who need to be paid for the hours that they do can't do it. Plus, there's all these things about care responsibility. So I feel quite strongly And I said it's really not. It's not just about my personal circumstances, because like I think most of the rest of us, we have pensions or but I just think that there is an equalities dimension to this, and I really think that in parallel to, if we don't adopt this committee structure, as I said, I think it looks right. We do need to put quite forcibly, and I know I'm not the first person to raise this, but quite forcibly to the Welsh Government and to the Minister, that this is just not right to expect to advertise these roles on a basis which cannot possibly be done in any way responsibly by somebody who takes their responsibility seriously. I'm quite happy to try and draft a letter to the Minister. If you want. Perhaps I should take on the role of shop steward, but I should say it isn't about me. It's about thinking about recruiting a diverse range of people to do this job. And I think we're making that impossible. Well, not we, the Welsh Government, to make it impossible.
So Phil can comment in a minute. I'll just make some general comments because I'm aware of wider conversations and for a number of years actually, and a subgroup was set up by government some time ago to look at the whole issue of recruiting diverse cross-section of communities into public appointments and a whole host of things, and it's been underlined many times that the time requirement that the government advertises is completely wrong. It's not. And when people have approached me regarding public appointments as an independent member, I've said, well, you can, whatever happens, you can take for granted you will be doing at least double what is advertised. That's the reality. And this isn't an issue about people complaining about the level of remuneration or whatever. It is exactly what Gareth has said. Many people are not being brought into public appointments, public life in Wales, and being able to make that important contribution because they haven't got the luxury of being able to free up their time without getting income for it. That's the reality. And the message has been relayed to the Minister, and probably the timing with all this, Gareth, isn't perfect, shall we say, given the financial pressures. But I think the experience of people who have joined the health board will be important, and I think we have a responsibility to relay that to the Minister. So we'll give that some thought how best to do that. The other issue I think for Phil and others to consider is capacity then when we move into further committees, not just capacity in terms of independent members to serve on the committees, but actually capacity to serve the committees from a staffing point of view as well, and to do that effectively. That is also going to be a challenge. But Karen, Nessa.
Just to echo Gareth's comments there, but also I was really, really pleased to see the introduction of the People Committee. I think given the size of the organisation and the challenges we're facing, I welcome that. I think that's a great addition to the committees. From the perspective of an ARAC chair role, and I would like somebody somewhere to get absolute clarity on. It's been communicated to me in the past that if you're an ARAC chair, you can't sit on any other committee because you're marking your own homework. I don't know whether that's the case.
That's not true.
But I'd like to know, because if that is the case, then we're down another member who can sit on any more committees. So if we could take that as an action just for to get that 100% confirmed.
We will get clarity. I can say from my own personal experience that hasn't been the case, but we will make sure we get that underscored. So anything to just finish up on, Phil, before we move on, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all your feedback on that, and duly noted. I think the key thing is the report outlines the committees we are now minded to establish once we've recruited further independent members, and we need to heed the feedback you've given and review the work once we have people in place. And just before Carol comes in, Karen, I will just give you some assurance on your point around the audit chair. I was reading the audit committee handbook last night, specifically on that point, very sadly. So I will send you that just to give you a bit more reassurance.
Thank you.
Okay. Carol, did you have?
Yes, just a very brief footnote. So I am a bit concerned that we haven't got a Mental Health Act Compliance Committee. So I've agreed with Teresa, who's the lead exec for mental health, that will receive reports to the executive team in the meantime. So there is some oversight, but it is, it's on the urgent list to put in place.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus efo'r rhan yna o'r adroddiad, os gwelwch yn dda? Iawn. Diolch yn iawn. Felly, dyna diwedd y rhan yna. Dwi'n meddwl, Phil, yeah, that's the end of your...
It is, thank you.
Felly, awn ni ymlaen I adran adroddiad y Pwyllgor Archwilio. Karen, this is your report, so anything you wish to highlight, please. Diolch yn iawn.
I'm going to take, because we're short of time, I'm going to take the paper as read, so but just to thank Chris, we did receive an update on the special measures report at the audit committee, which this new report format that has come to the board is much more clear, so thank you for that, and also to say that we are now blessed to have Nesta Collingridge and Bethan Wassell supporting the audit committee, who have been instrumental in the risk paper that you've seen today, but also Bethan was able in a very short space of time to get all the audit actions together, which we have been missing in previous meetings. So we actually are starting to make some headway in some of the audit recommendations that haven't been coming to committee. So just some assurance there that we are getting back on track with routine activities under the audit committee.
Great. Diolch yn iawn, Karen, a diolch yn iawn am y gwaith, am yna gweld bod y Pwyllgor yn sefydlog bellach, ni'n falch iawn o'r newyddion yna. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw I Karen ar y adroddiad yna? Nagos, pawb yn hapus I nodi'r adroddiad. Diolch yn iawn. Adroddiad nesa ydy Pwyllgor, dwi'n cadeirio Pwyllgor Taliadau. Mae adroddiad ysgrifenedig I chi yn nodi bod ni wedi cyfarfod mis diwetha a'r materion nathon ni drafod. Dwi ddim yn mynd I fynd I fanylion a lawer ohono fo, wrth gwrs, oherwydd bod ni'n trin yn amal mater tal a mater unigolion. Felly, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw, os gwelwch yn dda. Os nad oes, ydyn ni'n hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad yna gen I. Yep, yes. Pawb yn hapus? Yeah. Diolch yn iawn. That was the report I just did. Right, ymlaen i'r eitem nesa 23.222 ag perfformiad ariannol. Yn wedyn bydd Gareth yn cyflwyno adroddiad I Pwyllgor ôl. So Russell, this is your slot to talk about financial performance, and if you can again highlight those really significant issues we need to give consideration for this. And I think following on discussions we've had previously around special measures, I think as a board we particularly entertain about progress and some assurance that some of those reds are going to be green, and what can we do to support the work as a board. And how can we ensure that there is progress? Because it feels that, you know, you're putting a tremendous amount of time and energy in, and progress is sort of variable, shall we say. So if you can give us that, you know, some good news on that, that would be really encouraging. Diolch yn fawr. No pressure. No pressure.
Thank you for the challenging introduction, Chair. So, absolutely. I mean, I'll set the scene if I may, and then give you some indication as the work that is progressing in the background. So, we have £134.1 million deficit plan to deliver by close of the year. That forms part of the £648 million Welsh Government deficit position across the health boards. Performance to date, in month, we've had a £5 million fee deterioration, which is fairly similar to the previous month. So we need to make inroads into that level of deterioration in financial standing. At month 5, we have a cumulative deficit of £20 million. So in order to hit our £134 million plan, we clearly need to close that gap in terms of in month, what are we spending, and also recover that £20 million position. In addition to that, it's also of note, and I think of note at this time more than anything more, that there is potentially an ask, therefore, for us to go further and improve our outturn deficit beyond the 134 million. So bearing all those things in mind, we clearly need to take some clear actions. We are reviewing the investments through the rigor process that will be concluded. All investments that were made during the 23-24 financial year. We will conclude that position during the initial weeks of October, and we'll look to conclude that position in October. We have commenced an establishment control group. We are reviewing establishment posts, but not only recruiting to substantive roles now, we're also effectively providing oversight for fixed term and high cost agency posts, and there have been significant reductions in those numbers. In addition to that, we're looking at temporary workforce controls. We have moved away from off framework for using system-based film methodologies, and there is now an escalation process in the nursing model. We've also got a weekly review meeting that happens with the medical workforce as well. They are our two big consumers of temporary workforce and agency costs, and those are the elements which we potentially could make savings as we go forward, just on that risk-based approach. And then, of course, we're having escalation with the individual areas as well to understand what else can be done and to target improved performance, particularly within the IHCs and operational areas, because they contain the most areas of deficit as we progress forward. I think what we absolutely have to have is a clear month by month, calendar by calendar understanding of what these metrics are going to give us as we progress throughout the year. I can't give you that assurance in this committee, but those measures are in place, they are taking effect, and we have put processes in place to capture the financial benefits that we expect to receive and are seeing in those early stages. And I think what we have to do is use that information to inform that revised forecast position for the year and see what measures we have to take in addition to that to deliver our outturn position. And then we can be assured we have a good recovery plan that has targeted actions that will show measurable deliverable. I think that plan needs to go to PFIG by the end of October. I know the meeting is until just after that, so I've managed to pinch a few more days to go to the first week of November, but that committee would then need to give board members assurance. I think there is something about looking at the planning cycles as we go forward as well into the new financial year, so it's not just this year. A key element, and we've touched on it already, savings performance. We are £2.7 million year to date off savings performance, but we're 3.1 million away from the plans that were put forward by divisions. We've had a 0.4 million technical improvement, which we've effectively counted against savings to improve that reported position. But those savings are driving in-year deficit, but more importantly, will really significantly impact on us if we don't get a recurrent benefit going into the new financial year as well. So there is a lot of work going on. There's a real focus through the executive delivery integrated performance group on the financial metrics. And certainly the executive earlier this week had a conversation, and the previous week, around what we could do
to make sure that we can get those assurance and those metrics happening at the levels that are needed. And as you allude, it is a sizable challenge at this point. And every month we delay, if we don't close that gap, in theory, we add another £5 million, and then it becomes an unsurmountable task.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd add to that, Chair, if I may, is just to say that clearly part of the mitigations of the 20 million is to review our balance sheet and reserves.
Yeah.
So if we can close our run rate position, we may have sufficient balance sheet flexibility to be able to support closing some of that non-recurrent ask. And that will be in regards to annual leave provision that we've made in the year, etc. Clearly, all of those judgments that we take will need to be very clearly documented and supported through Audit Wales in advance of us moving into a closed down position for the annual accounts for the year. But that will also feature as part of the mitigation strategy to get us back to the position at close of the financial year.
Great, thank you very much, Russell. That was really comprehensive and underlined the challenge most definitely. So, cwestiynau sylwadau unrhyw un? Gareth,
I mean, one thing, I mean, I'm very worried. I'm so good as chair of the committee now, I'm very worried, but I am very worried about our capacity to recoup the position we're in. But one of the things that has just occurred to me when I was thinking about the papers earlier, and is that obviously one of the disadvantages of the wholesale change in the board that, you know, Carol talked about, is that I know in the last 3 years that we ended up breaking even. I don't know whether at points in the year it looked as if that wasn't going to happen. So I'd be quite interested in knowing whether there's a pattern here. I don't need that now, but I think it would be really interesting just to look at comparatively what's happened in the last 3 years, which might give us some assuage. Yeah, it might worry me more. It might assuage some of my worries. Anyway, and I just got a couple of really small detail questions, but I think they're worth asking in public. One is, on the expenditure side, pay and non-pay, the overspend on additional professional, scientific and technical staff is really large. It's more than double the budget. And I just wondered why that is, and whether it's to do with a pay award or, but, you know, it's marked that that's different. The other point of detail was, we talked about savings earlier, so I won't repeat that, but it seems that the centre IHC is the one that is most struggling to convert its schemes from red to green, and I wonder whether it would be useful to try to understand that. And the final point is just to say, you know, on agency costs, we seem to really still be struggling and not really moving forwards. And I know there've been some fairly drastic measures taken, including switching off use of off-contract agencies, which I think are necessary, but I'm also worried then about the impact of that in terms of staffing levels. So those are my issues.
Great, thank you very much. And I'll bring Russell and then Angela in a minute, but Rhian, Nessa, please.
Thank you. Just following on really from Gareth's second point, it's left out at me as well about the role of the IHCs in all of this. And Russell referred to it himself. They are meant to be submitting savings schemes by mid-September at the latest. So presumably that information will be available hot off the press before too very long. But also there it says that they are continuing to indicate that transformation is required to unlock significant financial benefits, and that without it, they cannot deliver plans in line with target. Now, that's a very strong statement from here, and I don't think we can accept that really without some challenge.
Yeah. What does that mean exactly? Is someone able to spell that out for us to understand the complexities of it? So maybe Angela wants to come back on a specific point, and Russell and maybe Carol will have something to say. And while you're all thinking about that, one thing that jumps out in very simple terms is we've got 134 million we need to produce in terms of cash savings. But at the same time, we've got to stop overspending. You know, that's the challenge. We're not we don't seem to be able to stop spending beyond what we should be spending. Never mind at the same time of producing the 134. You know, that's the conundrum, if I can put it like that. Angela, and then Russell, I'm sure Carol will have something to say too.
The
So.
YOC chair. So in response to the YOC contract agency and the stopping, I just need to clarify, we brought a system in that is an auto cascade system.
Yes.
So when shifts are completed on the rosters, then they get sent to bank and to agency, and they were being escalated to off contract agency as well. We identified that we would stop the off contract agency auto cascade so that it wouldn't automatically go to off contract.
Okay.
What happens is if there is not a fill of that shift, then the directors of nursing and my deputies and myself will review those shifts and make sure if it's a patient safety issue, if there is need for that shift, that we will actually allocate it. We're also looking at trying to convert some of our agency staff to come and work for us substantively within the organisation and do a bit of a work around that. But we are assessing on a daily basis the safety of the wards and departments, and we're making sure we're allocating staff as we need to.
That seems the right balance. So thank you.
And it's important that people go through that process, that system, you know, and not default to a certain part of it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's good that we emphasise that. Russell, then Carol, then before Carol, we'll bring in Claire. Russell.
Thank you, Chair. So the line on the spend, so I think there's just a transposition. So if you look at the line above, there's an equal and opposite level of underspend. So one's clinical services and one's more specific around areas within clinical services. So I just think there was a
coding error.
It's a transposition. So it will come back. It's just a grouping issue in terms of where the reports have rolled up to.
Okay.
So that neutralises itself. The IHC, they are finding it difficult and suggesting they're finding it difficult, in particular central. And central also, you'll probably see from the correspondence, is the one with respectively 50% of the deficit year to date as well. So there is a conversation that is happening through executive delivery group, but also through executive, where we'll be looking to understand how we can support better those areas in order to deliver within financial plans, and what are those drivers and how can we support eradication of those drivers really. I think it's a good spot really in terms of where the overall trends sit.
Yeah. Diolch yn fawr iawn. I will bring Claire before Carol to maybe wrap things up for us. Claire.
So like everybody, it's a kind of, I guess it's a question, some questions and comments focusing around savings. And I always feel uncomfortable when we present the financial report because it all kind of sits on Russell's shoulders, and it actually your team just produce the numbers. It's everybody else that spends the money in the organisation. So I guess it's a broad question first of all, which is that do the exec feel that the organisation understands the kind of burning platform that's needed around this? And if there's more work to do around that, is there something the board can do to be helping around this? So I guess rather than just calling out the obvious, which is we're all worried, we're not hitting the targets, not enough to turn into green, there's not enough that's recurring, there's not enough transformation. It's what can we as a board do to support you and the organisation in getting to a more confident and stronger place around some of this. And I recognise that actually in year we've kind of got a problem which we're just going to have to address through one-offs, but I've been hearing that for a long while now, and we need to get to a point where we've got some kind of more longer-term transformation. So is there something we can do to support Russ and the team, the exec more broadly? And you know, some services are coming up with savings, and I can't understand whether, like women's cancer, mental health and LD, is that because they've got more to go at, or is it just that they're more engaged in working around? So it'd be good to kind of understand that a little bit. And then I try to avoid the kind of pedantic point, but I think I raised last time, I don't see any value in us having the Welsh Government monitor and return in this paper alongside our own report. And if we need to see that as a board, Phil, could we find another way for you to share that with us? Because it feels to me like we've just got duplicate information. So thank you.
Good point. Russell, just if you want to come back most points, then Carol has some points as well. We'll wrap.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, I can give a gut feel. So the reason we see the pressures in the other areas is because they're more exposed to the urgent and emergent demands in terms of the pressures when we look at the performance report, you'll see from an unplanned care position, the level of additional outliers in beds really stem flow, and that gives real problems. Whereas those other services perhaps don't have those same kind of constraints in terms of how they can flex their positions. However, we all have to manage with the budget we have, don't we? And so it's how we facilitate. Someone used to say to me, how do you prevent admission, make the stay as short as possible and discharge as soon as you can? And I think that's kind of the model we need to get into and see how we can improve those processes as we go forward. That will take a lot of the pressure out of the system. And I think that's some of the transformational work that the divisions are alluding to in terms of how we get there.
And that underlines, one of my many sayings. It's not a sporting one, by the way, this time, but finance isn't about money, it's about performance. And you've just underlined that very fact. So, right, Carol.
Sorry, David, should I just mention?
Yes, certainly. Sorry.
Quickly, just on the monitoring return. So I believe it's a Welsh Government requirement, just so you have visibility at the same time, but we can certainly circulate the document and find a different way of doing it because it is the same information. I think it's to ensure, perhaps it didn't happen this way in the past, but it's to ensure the two documents are the same.
Yes, a different way to link it. No, okay, thanks for that. Carol, to round up.
Yeah, great, thanks very much. Goodness me, this is difficult for any organisation. Speaking with my chief exec colleagues who are running organisations that aren't in special measures, this is really tough. And then here we are with all the discussion and the agenda that we've got on our plate in a position of significant financial difficulty. However, this organisation has had a history of significant financial difficulty, and going to Gareth's point, let's not be skewed by a couple of years of a break even, because I think the underlying position has been very difficult for this organisation over probably a decade or more. So we have got some long term, going to Claire's point, what can we do? I'll come back to that fully, but we've got some work to do, and we're talking about culture shortly in considering the type of culture that we wish to have in the organisation. We've got to have an element of focus on value and using the public pound, only the public pound that we're given to us. That is our statutory duty. But a while to get there, I'm sure, but we have to move in that direction. So just to say that we indicated that I'll be holding executive director meetings on an individual basis with Russ in support to review exec director budgets to date and cost reduction proposals. And I know from conversations with colleagues, we're seeing this as a collective endeavour. So it's not Russ's problem. So we're looking to address this together. So that will be based on the month 5 position. We will then need to bring forward to the board, we can determine when that will be, what some of the options and choices are. We expect to get a letter from Welsh Government to say you have to go further than the commitments that you've already made. And so we're going to have to deal with that. Well, I'm sorry it's the bearer of bad news, but these choices are going to have to be made. I think politicians are now saying that very openly to the public, and the expectation is that we make those decisions. That may not feel fair, but that is the reality. I think there's a real challenge for us, because I think I see comments that Rian referred to about performance and finance. This is a bit like the penny in the bun, because if we're going to try to catch up on the backlog, that requires resource. Yet we haven't got the resource, and this tension really does exist. However, we've got to get underneath and have a deeper understanding and transparency on our efficiency, because we've got a lot of public money, nearly 2 billion, as Russ was going through yesterday in the AGM. and where we are on GIRFT, getting it right first time in terms of clinical efficiency and productivity, benchmarking information. We need to be armed with that so that as a board we can make the best decisions possible. So what can the board do? Get knowledge and track and challenge the work we're doing, which is some of this discussion, getting underneath the headline. We're going to need to make those difficult choices. And then in that medium to longer term, we are going to need to set a culture where it is an expectation and a norm that we spend only the money that we have allocated to us. That is quite a big change, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Financial discipline, I think, is, dare I say, maybe part of that culture work, that we're talking about, because it's something that is, this is the new world. The new world for the next decade, I'm afraid, is going to be about financial discipline, and we won't have that opportunity to overspend and get government to bail us out. It's not going to happen. So.
Can I just come back on?
Certainly.
Just a point that occurs to me. And I think one of the issues that are about the culture and persuading people of this is, I suspect there are parts of the organisation where they look at the corporate centre and think that we are overspending in terms of our budgeting, overstaffed and so forth. And I know there's the review of executive roles and so forth, but we need to take that seriously. And one of the things I bring from my past, having worked for the First Minister, he didn't make him popular in the Welsh Government, but he was extremely harsh on running costs within the Welsh Government, because he kept on saying, how can we expect local authorities and health boards and others to be delivering savings if we are expanding all the time? So I think we need to think about that lesson as well.
Very good point. And the great thing about those of us in position of leadership is this is a time for leadership, and everything begins with us, everything, including this topic of producing the financial savings. So we need to look at everything in the corporate body, as it were. So I welcome that comment. Also, just also not to without dismissing the challenge and dismissing the significance of the financial context. I think we also need to give reassurance to staff that, we are one health board and we are in it together, and we will support each other, and whatever decisions we make will be made jointly, and we will encourage staff to participate in anything we do. And it is often staff in front line who can come up with the great ideas that we can consider implementing. So we really need to have that approach at this challenging period. Felly diolch I bawb am eu cyfraniadau. Ydyn ni'n hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad ariannol yna, os gwelwch yn dda, ac mae yn cynnwys addasiadau i'r rhaglen gyfalaf yn dydi yn ogystal. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn hynny. Diolch yn fawr. Gyda hynny, ni troi Gareth eto I gyflwyno adroddiad I bwyllgor o Gareth dros at y ti.
I think I don't need to say anything by way of introduction. I think what's there probably speaks for itself. And obviously I've had the opportunity, probably too much opportunity to wax lyrical on some of these subjects. But I'm very happy to answer questions or indeed take comments of things we need to look at within the context of the next committee meeting.
Great. Diolch yn iawn, Gareth. I think, we've just mapped out, I think, what the role of the committee is likely to be, isn't it, over the next period, is getting that real focus and doing the scrutiny and support and getting into some of the detail, maybe that may involve calling people into committee. When
we're going to be doing that.
I think that is appropriate for people to explain and and give some insight into some things that might be helpful for the wider organisation. You know, so
I mean, I think that's very much what we're hoping to do,
that'd be good.
starting with the IHCs, but also not ignoring obviously the more centrally managed things. And that really talks to Claire's point as well, that, you know, that basically finance can't do this on their own.
No, absolutely. Diolch yn iawn. Rwy'n gwestiynau neu sylw I Gareth fel cadeirydd y pwyllgor yna, sgwrs ni dda. Dyn ni wedi cael gryn drafodaeth yn barod, dwi'n meddwl. Felly, pawb yn hapus I dderbyn adroddiad Gareth. Iep, diolch yn iawn a diolch I Gareth am y pwyllgor am ei gwaith. Ymlaen â ni, dyn ni'n rhedeg yn weddol hwyr ar hyn y bryd, ond oedd hwnna'n drafodaeth bwysig a'r eitem bwysig. Felly ymlaen I eitem nesa ar berfformiad, 23.223 ag mae yna adroddiad wedi cyflwyno I ni am berfformiad. And Russell, I will ask you to present this, again, highlighting any issues you wish to highlight, please. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll briefly touch on the key issues within the report. I think initially just to say that we report on Welsh Government confirmed figures, and so some of the validation of those figures is not available at the time of writing the report, so it can seem like the data could be extended. If we have got indication of values, we do include them in the report though, so you can see some August data, but we tend to refer to the July just because that is the published data. We're more than happy to take direction as to whether that's the right way to go. The report itself as well, I think this is my second time of presenting, and I think we'll probably look to revamp this report as we move forwards. And I'll probably look to some colleagues around the table to try and support some of that redrafting, and hopefully therefore it'll be more informative as we move forward rather than a picture of performance and not levels of assurance that I guess people would want around the table to move forward and be assured that we are going to put some actions in place that are going to correct that performance or trends. Having said that, just the key elements to bring to people's notice. So urgent care, clearly, I've already alluded to, we still have a significant level of outliers within our wards who in effect could be discharged with the appropriate care within a community setting. And within that model, that is impacting, of course, in terms of flow. So 12-hour performance, 1-hour ambulance handover performance, and our 4-hour performance as well. So you can see those all linked back to that flow issue. Clearly, that is something for us to focus on as we go forward. Planned care performance, I'd articulate the first outpatient appointments over 156 weeks. We have seen a dramatic reduction. We've seen a slight ebb back up, unfortunately. That's around orthodontics predominantly. And I know that there are plans being worked in the background to try and eradicate that and create capacity within the service to be able to eradicate that position. So having moved away from 156 weeks, we are, because of that specialty issue, seeing a slight bubbling back over. I know Adele's looking at that. We also seen a level of increase on 52 weeks for first outpatients, which again is worth highlighting to members that list is grown as opposed to shrunk. And it does sort of emphasise if you tail burn, you then run the risk of the cohort waiting behind growing. And so it does show that balance that we need to take in terms of prioritisation. I know we're doing a lot of work and we've agreed through executive to do some work around outpatients, which hopefully through in part validation will remove some of that activity and some of those long waits from our list as we go forward. I wanted to just highlight the diagnostics over 8 weeks performance has reduced again. That seems to be a measurable benefit, and within those various specialties we still seek to develop additional capacity to improve that still further, but that value has dropped to the 6,000s category now. Cancers, I would note to members that whilst cancer performance remains consistent and relatively to health board position also seems secure, there are risks to our performance as we move forward, and dermatology in particular is presenting a significant risk to maintaining these levels. You may see that
take effect as we report in the following calendar months. Mental health and disabilities is performing well and above the 80% target trajectory, and so we are fairly confident, managers are fairly confident we're meeting all of the assessment criteria as well as we go forward. Again, that's really positive news. And I think there is some focus still on CAMS that I just bring to members' attention. We still need to do some work to improve that percentage of recovery over the 28 days for first thing. I think I'll pause there, Chair, if there's any questions.
Russell, that's very helpful. And again, you've sort of underlined one of the issues is sustaining improvement, isn't it? That's it feels in some areas we're taking one step forward and then 2 steps back. So that sustained improvement is part of the challenge. Unrhyw cwestiwn neu sylw, unrhyw un efo rhywbeth i holi. Neu ddod Rhian mewn, wedyn Claire, wedyn Gareth.
Just a very quick question. Under planned care, I notice it says that there's no central booking and schedule system to support better pathway management. Even though a business case has been approved by Welsh Government, it hasn't actually been given the go-ahead yet. I just wondered what was happening with that, if that would make a difference, if that would be helpful.
Carol, got something to say?
Yeah, we've agreed it. The proposal's been developed. I think we discussed it and got it over the line this week in execs. Just checking, it was that one. And full steam ahead on that. We've got different systems in different places. This is a bit of the theme coming through. So I think that will make a big difference.
Good, thank you.
And it'll be interesting to review what difference that makes actually, won't it? In there is your committee or audit or but a committee I think should look at it or performance. Yeah, or Gareth.
It's I know that's the way I was trying to ignore it.
That could be an interesting piece of work actually, you know, because that's always one of the questions. What's the return on the investment?
Yeah.
You know, that's always one of the questions, I think. Claire, or within Gareth?
Mike had his hand up.
Sorry, Mike, I didn't see you there.
Mike, I think where you're sitting as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, diolch. So I can't ignore the fact that the ambulance handover seems to be getting worse and we've still got the same level of challenge around delayed discharge. So I guess it's a question about an understanding around where we're up to in terms of a deep dive, more transformational work with local authorities, et cetera, because I'm just really concerned that we're heading into the winter now as well. And we've been talking about at least 300 people every single day who shouldn't be in hospital who still are for 18 months, at least, just to my knowledge in terms of work with the health board. So just some understanding on that would be good. Ophthalmology, I understand we've got challenges, but we're still 7th out of 7. So why do we have more challenges than other people? Is there something unique happening in North Wales? And then just a question around attendance. I guess I was surprised to see that the worst attendance is in estates and ancillary at 8.19%, where the average overall is 5.5. So I didn't know if there were some specific challenges in that service, because if you would have asked me, I would have expected more people in the kind of very front-facing roles, nursing, care, to be where there's more opportunity to catch viruses and more manual handling issues and all of that sort of thing. So it's just to understand whether there's something going on there that we need to be aware of as a board. Well, thank you.
Good point. So, Carol, to pick up some of the points, and I don't know if Jason may have something to say on the HR side too.
Yeah, Adele would normally pick up some of the performance related, the operational worksheets. You know, though, that I'm going to give it a go, and Adele perhaps drop you a note. Russ said something about the reports. We do need to change the reports. This ranking on the side, 7 out of 7. I'm a little bit of a data geek. I've been through it in minute detail. And because we are the largest health board, if it's a number, the
Yes, of
number of
course.
people who
Yeah,
are waiting. Now, I've also gone a step further and done the calculation. 20,
You've obviously got too much time.
I might be able to.
No, I would have done in your shoes as well.
Just to, just to see where we really are.
Yes.
In some areas, when you do the 22% calculation, we're better than we seem to be presenting. In some areas, we're not. So I think we'll just refine this reporting as we come through, so you can see it. Ambulance, and hence when we talk about ophthalmology, I haven't got that to pull out of my file 13, but I have a feeling ophthalmology might be one of those areas where we are a bit worse, but I will just double check on that. Lots of potential on eye care, lots and lots of potential, particularly around optometry, primary care colleagues more generally. So lots to do on that. On ambulances, I just want to be fair to the operational colleagues, particularly in the 3 IHCs. They have given this a lot of focus, and for some reason it's not translated to this report. But when we had the last IQPD, it's called, with Welsh Government, and I was just checking the numbers, we had seen a 60% reduction in ambulances, the number of ambulances outside our EDs for 4 hours or more.
Okay, that's good.
And that was the lowest point since August 2021. Adele told me it got worse the following week. But, so this is the level of information I think we'll particularly, Gareth, want to get into the detail in the performance committee, so that we can see it, better. And that there's a commentary about what's being done and when's the anticipated improvements due to be seen. And then, Jason may have a view on the sickness level. So I hope that's helpful.
So that's very helpful. Just an important point. I have emphasised it before when we're talking about finance. We deal with such big numbers, we get figures, but we couldn't put meaning to them when we're talking about percentages sometimes, and the right context. So the right context for us to understand performance is absolutely vital. Otherwise, we're always going to be 7 out of 7 because we're the biggest episode, we've got the biggest numbers. So that will be really good. Jason, on the HR side, sickness absence or absence in general, trends, and is there anything specific in that area that we should be aware of, please?
There's nothing specifically within the state of facilities that's being reported into, but again, with the percentages that we've got, obviously with the nursing workforce, it's much bigger, and so the way the percentage is presented can be slightly different. But in relation to our corporate support, we've recently implemented our new Associate Director of People, and that individual has responsibility for corporate mental health services as well. And so we've now got clearly defined teams within the People Directorate supporting, say, for example, within corporate mental health and so on, where previously we didn't have that infrastructure. So there is close management of any absence, and the people team are linked in with the state of facilities team as well, just to make sure that we're following the attendance management processes.
So the assurance can be perhaps looked at committee level in terms of the detail, but I think we want to be aware, or the committee would, is there something going on here, or is it because the numbers, sometimes the numbers are greater in one area, and then in other areas, if you just have an extra 2, it sort of shoots the percentage up, doesn't it? But I think it's a good point to, when you see something, it stands out a bit. I think it's good to try and get underneath the skin of that. So good. Unrhyw arall unrhyw gwestiwn pellach, unrhyw sylw, Gareth? Sorry.
Well, I just wanted to say, I do think we need to review and change the format of the report. And Carol said that, and Ross said that I'm very happy to make sure that I work properly with you on that. I also, on some of these issues about staffing, sickness absence, I just want to mention the Audit Wales briefing paper, which came out the other day. I think is absolutely public. It's really excellent. It's an easy read. It's got some fascinating data in it, and I'd quite like to use that as a basis for some more discussion in the committee about specifically how we relate to that. And actually our apps and levels are very good actually in comparison with others. So, but I think there's some very interesting statistics there as well about going back to the point about centre versus the sort of growth and staff in different areas. So there's lots of things there. I mean, I guess the fundamental question I've got, and again, I don't think anybody can answer it, but we are, I think, making really significant efforts to address some of the most fundamental problems we've got. But actually, when you look at this report, it seems really stubborn that stuff is not really taken as a whole. I don't want to sound too negative, but the pictures are disappointing. And the question is this the time lag, which is bound to be a time lag between addressing the issues and seeing the benefits? Or, at what point do we think actually we're still not really getting traction? I don't think it's yet. Particularly given the lag in the data, but that is a nagging doubt at the back of my mind that we need to really keep on this and make sure that we're understanding what it's saying. And if it is saying that, this swings and roundabouts, but basically the overall performance isn't getting much better, then we need to understand it.
So is there a global piece of work then for your committee to examine? Okay, there's improved performance in certain areas. Why is that happening? There's not improved performance in other areas. Why is that happening? And are we able to learn from where we are improving and also learn where improvement isn't quite as forthcoming and understand what do we need to do about it? And is it about timing? Is it about, don't expect this to happen in the next 6 months, but over 12 months or I don't know. But it seemed, I think you sort of summarized it quite well. There seems to be swings and roundabouts. And are we able to sort of capture that somehow and understand, well, actually what is going on? Because from the point of view of the public, we're putting time and energy and money, and it seems to be having an effect in some areas, but not others. That's a very simple way of looking at it. But if I can offer the challenge to the committee to look beyond that and see what's the evidence then, what are the stumbling blocks, what aren't we aware of? The committee can get into the detail of that as we as a board can't maybe.
Well, obviously, I take that as my responsibility, David, and we'll see what we can do. I think it's just, I feels a bit, not about the work of the committee, but generally as an organisation, that, we're grinding the gears, but we're not really seeing much sort of change in the way the vehicles respond. But perhaps, Carol, I think wants to come back.
Okay, Carol and Russell, then we'll finish on that.
I'm not sure we're grinding all the gears yet.
No, okay.
I really don't want to talk about cars and gears and speed and all of that sort of thing. Controversial, but the sense, and what I mean by that really is...
I didn't say we were stuck in 20 months.
No, well, I think the reference earlier to the planning framework and the performance framework being hand in glove, as well as the risk element is really important. We've got an opportunity now during this planning round to really get underneath service by service. What are the issues? Because I think once we're fully understanding, is it a demand and capacity mismatch? Is it that we've actually got enough capacity if we had all the workforce? Is it that the model is simply wrong and not sustainable? Then I think we can be a bit more, we could be much clearer about whether there is something that can actually change. We can move through the gears more quickly on some things than on others. And we recognise that some things may take longer because they need a service redesign or whatever. I think getting these foundation stones in place is really important. I'd welcome a further sort of conversation because we're now getting into, after the decisions the board made earlier, the implementation of these frameworks, so you should be
Yeah.
able to see things more clearly.
And then the other question then is special measures addressing what it needs to address? You know, if special measures is going to deliver improvement, then we should see evidence of that. Not everything at the same time, but we should see the progress, and we should be able to map that. If it's not, then clearly we need to examine it. Did you have a brief point, Angela?
I did have a very brief point.
It's a very brief one.
Very, very brief point, just to declare around the progress with for ambulance and delays and things. There is a joint project pilot that started between the senior nursing team, Adele and WAST, to look at conveyancing from nursing homes and keeping people safe at home while they're waiting for an ambulance.
Right.
I can expand on that in the future, but I just wanted to say that joint working is happening for us to try and reduce those delays at the front door.
Right. Diolch yn iawn, that's very helpful. Diolch. Reit, ydy pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, felly gyda'r holl fanylion a gyda'r gweithredu sydd angen, ac mae yna lot fawr o waith angen i wneud fan hyn. A dwi'n meddwl bod un amserol i ni gymryd falle cam yn ôl, meddwl sut ydyn ni'n cyflwyno gwybodaeth i gychwyn, dyn ni wedi codi pwynt yna, ond hefyd os gai ofyn i ni edrych ar berfformiad, Gareth, i weld beth sy'n gweithio, beth sydd ddim yn gweithio, a pam. Bydd hynny'n ddefnyddiol ar hyn y bryd. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen, dyn ni yn rhedeg yn weddol hwyr rwan. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, yr adroddiad ansawdd, and Gareth, this is your report. Again, if you can highlight any issues you wish me to highlight, wedyn rhian fyddai'n gofyn i ti gyflwyno adroddiad. So, Gareth, dros at y ti. Diolch.
Diolch, David. Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce the Integrated Quality Report on behalf of myself, Angela and Nick. As usual, the report is aiming to provide the board with the key quality highlights. Noted at the last board, this report is reasonably new in terms of its format, so we are still open and welcome feedback, both today and certainly outside of the meeting, in order that we can continue to refine the information that the board collectively want to receive in relation to quality and safety. Members will note the key headings of safety, effectiveness and patient experience as our framework for providing the information. I'll take the steer on time, Chair, so I will try and just draw the attention of the board to a few of the key elements in this month's report. In respect of patient safety, we reported 33 nationally reported incidents during the period June to August. Our key themes of falls, healthcare, acquired pressure ulcers, and how we manage deteriorating patients remain very much in focus, with improvement work for all three areas in place. All our national reported incidents are subject to investigation, review, and of course dissemination of learning where we can find it. The importance of learning, both in respect of our statutory duty of quality and our ambition, of course, to be a learning organisation, is very much a priority. And this week, a number of the executive team met with NHS executive to consider the implementation of a systematic approach to learning for quality and safety, very much as part of a quality management system and the introduction of a quality management system into the organisation. This work will, of course, contribute to the outcome 5 of our special measures framework, and I'm sure once we've had time to digest and consider the conversation we had with NHS executive, we will update both QSE and the board in terms of progress to that end. Regrettably, we have had 2 never events during the period June to August. Both were related to wrong site procedures, wrong site activity. Investigations are underway, as you'd expect, and updates on both events will be reported through our quality governance system. The clinical effectiveness group is scheduled to review our organisational approach to the use of national safety standards for invasive procedures, which are designed and are validated procedures to reduce misunderstandings and errors and prevent these types of incidents occurring. In respect of patient experience, there were 539 complaints managed during June to August under our Putting Things Right regulations, and a further 100 through our early resolution process. There has been a notable reduction both in complaints and contact for early resolution during this period, although I would be very hesitant to draw any conclusion at this stage in respect to that. As reported at the last board meeting, the number of overdue investigations remains stubborn in respect of numbers. We are very focused on trying to maintain the progress we've made there and reduce the numbers. But despite a weekly focus from one of our deputy directors of nursing with the operational teams, as I say, this number has stayed fairly static. This is a priority for Nick, Angela, and myself, given the fairly significant progress we have made in this area over the last 12 months. Patient feedback numbers are increasing, over 6,000 during April to June. I think, particularly given the story we heard earlier on today, clearly this is to be welcomed in order to assist with our improvement journey. And we think the increase is largely because we're increasing the use of text messaging to service users, encouraging them to use the link to provide us with feedback. The focus on clinical effectiveness has particularly been on our Tier 1 audit plan. Tier 1 are our mandatory audits for the organisation, and we have 38 this year, which are required for completion. Our participation activity is being monitored through our clinical audit team via the clinical effectiveness group. And I think it's fair to say the clinical audit team are doing a huge amount of work to align our clinical audit plan in the organisation to the priorities of the health board and to provide a more robust assurance to QSE in the near future about clinical effectiveness. And finally, if I can, Chair, just a couple of important areas I think to note in respect of coronial and regulatory activity. Health Board has continued to receive a high number of prevention of future death notices from the Coroner's Office. The themes remain as previously reported to Board, particularly around concerns about ambulance handover delays and patient flow. In particular in that area, Regulation 28, as they're known, have been served not just on us, but also on our partners in local authorities and with Welsh Ambulance. Other key themes relate to the absence of digital health records, which was a conversation from earlier on this morning as well, and a reliance on paper records. And there is still some ongoing criticism of the timeliness and the quality of some of our patient safety investigations too. The board will of course be aware of the intended prosecution by the Health and Safety Executive under the Health and Safety Work Act in relation to a tragic death of a patient at the Hergus unit in 2021. The original court date of 3rd of August was adjourned, and we are anticipating a new date towards the end of this calendar year, as I understand. In addition to that, the HSE have also served a notice of contravention on us in relation to the prevention of management of inpatient falls, following long-standing concerns they've had really in relation to our falls improvement programme. Angela, as our Director of Nursing and Midwifery, is leading the response to that. We do have a deep dive on falls planned for QSE in the very near future, which will also be informed by an internal audit review of our approach on falls prevention. I can report that elements of our improvement plan progressing well, and certainly in terms of our falls training, our wards are now all above 85% in terms of compliance. And our registered nursing professional group, just to pick on one, is at 97%. So our mandatory training around that has seen significant improvement. There are other important matters within this paper, Chair, but I think given the need for questions and conversation, I will stop there, and I'm sure Angela, myself and Nick will be happy to address them. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Gareth, am yr adroddiad cynnwys fawr yna. Felly, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw ar y adroddiad? Wedi cael adroddiad cynnwys fawr, lot fawr o wybodaeth. Ble?
I was waiting actually because I thought Rhian as chair would probably want to say something first, but so I think the report's good on giving us a kind of an analysis of where everything is at, and there is some slow progress but improvement in some areas and some things which are still of serious concern, and I'm really pleased that at QST we are going to do the deep dive on falls. But I just wonder whether perhaps I need to talk to Rhian about this outside of here. It feels to me like there are other areas that are reported on in this paper that we really need to do some deeper work and understanding on, because I feel that the report's stronger on the analysis and gives less assurance for us as a board on our confidence levels of effecting long-term change, because we've been talking for a long while about health, I'll get the phrasing wrong, I'm not medical, health acquired pressure ulcers and falls as well, and the coroner feedback. I think it would be nice to get to a stage where almost we've got the kind of internal feedback and all of the external agencies that are considering things, are bringing things into us as well, where we got to a more robust position on some of this. And I think things like the speed with which we're able to investigate some of the patient safety incidents also worries me. And I don't know whether that's how we're resourcing ourselves, whether we could reconfigure resources, because I know we want to learn quickly and embed change quickly when things go wrong, but with the numbers of things that are still, there's too long a time lag in enabling us to do. And of course, while that happens, there's still the risk somebody else could suffer the same thing somebody else has suffered. So I think it's not, it's a more detailed level of conversation, I think, that we probably need to do at committee rather than at board. Sure. But I'd be really keen that we did that. Great.
Diolch yn iawn, Claire. So, Rhian, falle gai ofyn I ti ystyried rhaglen waith y pwyllgor ac cymryd yr adroddiad yma fel sail I edrych o'r gorau, be di'r materion yna, dych chi'n ymwydus I gael mwy fanylion ac edrych arnyn nhw deep dive ac yn y blaen fel sy'n cael ei ddisgrifio. Yn gyfle wedyn i'r pwyllgor yn ei dro rhoi sicrwydd I ni fel bwrdd, wrth gwrs. Felly mae yna'n yr adroddiad yma'n adnodd i'r diben yna, ond fel mae Claire'n dweud, mae o'n disgrifio'r perfformiad, be dyn ni eisiau gwybod yn pwyllgor, be ydych chi'n mynd i wneud felly. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw arall, unrhyw bwynt cyn I ni droi bydd Rhian yn gallu cyflwyno adroddiad hi, ond yn hapus I dderbyn adroddiad yna am ansawdd mae Gareth wedi cyflwyno. Pawb yn hapus, felly nawn ni droi at Rhian ar gyfer adroddiad I o'r pwyllgor. Rhian, unrhyw beth ti eisiau tanlinellu ni ysgol diw dda.
Right. Well, I think most things have already been picked up, you know, through Gareth's report there. I think I'd like to apologise for the wordiness of my report. It will be shorter and more in line with the reports of the other committees. I think what is useful is the potential agenda items for our next meeting. Falls is on it. It's not here on the actual paper, but falls is there. It has to be discussed. I also think, as David has just said, as a committee, we need to work on our agenda as a group and decide what we really want to do, as well as the things we have to do by statute. I think the only other thing I just want to mention is that we had a development session where we considered two of the independent reviews that came in. One on patient safety, which was a very small scale report, but it threw up a lot of very useful stuff. And also then the mental health, learning disabilities, inpatient safety review as well. So we have considered two reviews in quite a fair amount of detail, and I think the board would like to know that. So I don't think I've got anything else particular, unless anybody has got any questions for me.
Diolch yn iawn, Rhian. Unrhyw sydd yn unrhyw gwestiwn i Rhian? Os nad oes, ydyn ni gyd yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad yna yn Rhian, a diolch i'r pwyllgor am ei gwaith. Pawb yn hapus. Dwi'n cymryd. Diolch yn fawr. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, os gwelwch yn dda, eitem 23.225, sef diwylliant arweinyddiaeth ag ymgysylltu adroddiad, ac mae'r adroddiad yma'n bwysig oherwydd mae'n mynd i damlinellu gwaith allweddol dyn ni eisiau cyflawni fel bwrdd. Jason, drosodd y ti ysgolyn dda ar gyfer yr adroddiad yma. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch, Chair. In the main, I'll take the report as being noted as read, just conscious for time, but I will go through a number of key points that I think are helpful. Throughout today, the word culture has been used through so many separate papers and reports. And as an organisation, one of the key things that we need to be able to do is start to define our culture and starting to be able to make it clear to our staff and our colleagues, really. So this paper starts to set out our strategic intent for blocks of work that we've got in relation to organisational culture. But in order to embed organisational culture, it also links into leadership and it links into engagement as well, because you can't just work through culture without having all of those components in place. Over the past few months, our organisational development teams have been working closely with Health Education and Improvement Wales to ensure that the work that we've been doing in the background does align to some of our national approaches. And this paper sets out clearly, really, the key pieces of work that we're going to be looking at over the coming months. I think it's really important because one of the things that we know within this organisation is very many of our staff are really proud to work in the NHS, and I hear that really, really consistently. But one of the things we want to be able to do is to make them feel proud to work for us as a health board as well. And, you know, it's something that, you know, that you're describing some of the conversations that you have with people within your town and within my town as well. It's exactly the same. You know, there are people who walk past who will know to me that they're really, really proud to be porters within Glanfluid for the work they do. But our approach to cultural leadership and engagement has to be a systemic piece of work. What I would note is that this is a piece of work that's going to be here for years, because the one thing that we know is that from the previous special measures review, large blocks of work were undertaken, but they never stuck. And they never stuck for a variety of reasons. But one of the key requirements that we'll present to the board really is owning those blocks of work, driving that change through, driving values, behaviours throughout the whole of the organisation. So all of our integrated healthcare communities own it, as well as the board, and so our staff can start to own it. One of the key things really is to note really that there are key questions that we'll start to consult with over the next few months. So they will be, well, what are our values? Because we've got a set of values, but are they right now? Are they right for this organisation at this time? Do our staff know them and do they connect with them? You know, all of our pieces of work that we have as an organisation need to tie back to being a public and, you know, an NHS body that's here to deliver safe patient care in a reliable way, in a compassionate way. So we need to make sure that any of the work that we're doing is not just for the sake of doing a piece of work around culture, but it ties back to our core purpose, which is to be, you know, an organisation that's delivering safe, effective, reliable care to our people here in North Wales. And so our programmes will tie back to that. But also as well, we recognise that there's wider pieces of work that link here. So we need to make sure all of our systems tie back. And earlier today, we talked about our PADA processes. Well, we need to make sure our processes tie back to make sure that people are demonstrating the right behaviours and the values that we want to see. Our promotion processes as well and our recruitment processes tie back to all of those things. So it's not just one piece of work, it's lots of separate pieces of work that start to link together. And also as well, the other final point that I will note into this as well as part of the overarching point links into what do we do when things go wrong? And as an organisation, we know that in the past, our statistics show that we have a lot of staff that have gone through conduct processes. What impact does that have about people feeling that they can speak up safely and be heard? So there's big pieces of work as well that are very practical that underpin all of this. So in summary, the paper notes really some of the key blocks of work that we have as an organisation that we intend to work on. We wish to ensure that we've got a clear framework as well and an evidence-based framework to be able to present to the board. So there's something very clear and tangible about what are we going to be doing over the next 3 years? What are the key ingredients? How do we know that we've improved? And that's a really key question, which will be looking at our staff surveys, speaking to our staff, having focus groups. But one of the significant cultural steps that we'll be taking is that on a quarterly basis, we will be undertaking pulse surveys to regularly test what's happening and what it's like to work here in the organisation. So, you know, so thank you very much for reviewing the paper that's there. It is very much a starter for 10, start to indicate the strategic direction, because as you would imagine, there are so many separate strands to this. But what we will be doing is meeting with the board, spending time with the board as well to help shape some of those key ingredients, and meeting with staff as well and making sure that they have input into all of those approaches. And then we'll then be able to share with you our much bigger detailed framework that we have been working on in the background here, which then describes what's the timeline, what do we look to have, how do we engage, and importantly, what do we hope it feels like when we do all of those things. So it's about very much the impact and the outcome. So thank you, Chair, and over to you and colleagues if there is any particular questions.
Diolch yn iawn, Jason, am yr cyflwyniad yna a nodi cam pwysig yma ymlaen. Fel mae wedi sôn, mae'n lot o gyfeiriad diwylliant yn bob cyfarfod dyn ni'n mynychu fel bwrdd, ond mae angen i ni wneud darn o waith ac mae yna dîm gwych efo Jason yn gweithio'n ddyfal, dwi'n gwybod, ac mae yna gyfle i ni wneud gwahaniaeth gobeithio. Felly unrhyw gwestiynau, unrhyw sylw i Jason, gan nodi cam gychwynnol ydy hwn a byddwn ni sicr yn cyfarfod eto fel bwrdd mewn sesiwn ddatblygu siŵr o fod i drafod y gwaith ymhell. Fôn, nesa.
Ie, dau sylw di gwir. Yr un cyntaf, mae'n siŵr, da ni wedi cael lot heddiw am y learning culture do'r diwylliant o ddysgu. Felly mae hwnna'n bwysig, dos am sôn o hwnna yn y papur penodol yma neud. Felly bod hwnna fod yn agos iawn i'r top. A hefyd, rhaid i'n gofio am y diwylliant Cymraeg, da ni'n siarad nesaf dydan am y iaith Gymraeg. Da ni'n siarad digon am y diwylliant Cymraeg, da ni yn wasanaeth sydd yn Gogledd Cymru, felly mae hwnna'n hynod o bwysig. Mae gen i fi sylwadau nid ar y papur nesaf sy'n gysylltiedig efo hwnna. Ond jyst i ni fod yn ymwybodol am ddim jyst iaith ydy'r Gymraeg, nac dim am ddiwylliant. Ond i mi, fel o'n i'n dweud, fysa'r diwylliant o ddysgu na, a dysgu o fi wrth fel ydych chi camgymeriadau yn hynod o bwysig.
Ydy, dwi'n gobeithio bydd y fframwaith bydd yn trafod gwerthod ac ymddygiadau hefyd yn cyfarch yr reddf yna neu y diwylliant yna o sefydliad sydd yn gwella'n barhaus felly ag arweinyddiaeth. A mae'r pwynt nawr ran y cyd-destun, mae'r creu diwylliant sydd yn hefyd yn cofleidio ein sefyllfa ddwyieithog ni, neu sefyllfa amlieithog ydy y gwir, nid dim ond dwy iaith. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n rhywbeth i gofio o ran y gweithlu ag o ran y boblogaeth. Unrhyw sylw neu gwestiwn arall cyn i mi ddod â Carol i mewn, neu ddod â Claire, a wedyn Gareth, a wedyn Carol, a Jason unrhyw beth i gloi. Diolch.
Diolch. Really, really pleased that this paper's here today, and I realise that what this is really is just kind of setting out a process that we're going to start to reach a point where we're defining what we want for the future. So, but this is such a critical part of our improvement journey, because I really do believe that culture eats strategy for breakfast phrase, that we get this right, and many of the things that cause us challenges now will resolve themselves. But it's a long journey. This will take a number of years. There's the process of deciding what it is, getting it approved, engaging people in it, and then starting to implement it. So I think we just have to be realistic that it will take many years in such a huge organisation with so many employees to really take everybody with us on the journey. But I'm really pleased that we're starting this work today, and I'm really pleased Jason's mentioned engaging the board fully in it, because it's us that sets the culture. It's how we behave with each other, it's how we behave with everybody else that will inform this kind of long-term change. So we really need to be at the centre with lots of other stakeholders in this. Just one tiny question, and I'm not the biggest wordsmith in the world. Examine the current pervasive culture. I'm interested why we describe the current culture as pervasive.
What does that mean? Ask Jason to explain that in a minute.
It's my word. And it goes back to Vaughn's point here.
But Gareth, Nessa, Gareth.
Thank you. I'm sure board members know that as part of Special Measures Cycle 1, we did some work around clinical engagement specifically, so staff engagement essentially. And it's an important area for us because there is evidence that if we can improve staff engagement, that the business success goes up. So for us, that means patient experience, patient outcomes can be improved by having better staff engagement. So I welcome the engagement element in this and in this organisational development plan. But the key finding I think we got out of the work we did in Cycle 1 was how closely linked staff engagement is with culture and with leadership. And under the leadership banner, I also mean people who have line management responsibilities. It's the activities that line managers undertake that often makes a difference to the level of engagement or disengagement that staff have. I really welcome these coming together. We seem to be doing things in threes today, so we've put culture, leadership, and engagement together. So it's another trinity. I would agree with Claire. I'd probably be bold enough to say this is probably the holy trinity that we require as an organisation. But another finding we got out of the work in Cycle 1 was another point Claire made, which was be patient with doing this. That was a recommendation that came out of it. We need to be patient. In other words, we've got to get this right, and we've got to take our time to get it right.
Diolch yn fawr Gareth, pwynt yna, gwerthfawr iawn. Pwy oedd nesaf? Dwi'n cofio unrhyw un? No. Anything to come back on? Carol, Jason, anything briefly, and then Carol, then we'll wrap up.
Shall I pick up pervasive culture? So I love this stuff, just to say, because I completely agree. if we can get this in a great place, we'll have a great organisation. So a lot of the literature, and we started to get into that territory of naming cultures, a learning culture, a just culture. What does culture mean here and there? Got to understand that the evidence is you've really got to understand your different cultures, because there'll be microcultures that are going on. But try to understand it at the organisational level. What is your pervasive culture? What are the main messages, if you like, your thematic cultures? Because there will be areas in this health board that have got a lovely microculture that are working brilliantly. They're learning, they're just, and all of that. But what is the pervasive culture? What does it say on the tin a bit, you know? So that's what I really meant when I used that phrase. And you've got to name it, and we've got to be honest about it, because actually we know through all of the reports that we read, you know, elsewhere here, that culture determines the quality of care and the safety that we provide. So we're going to have to be open and honest about the length of the amount of work and the length of journey that we've got here. So that was what pervasive culture meant. Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Jason, ti isio close to just bring us to a summary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So thank you very much for starting to have this conversation and dialogue. It's really, really welcomed, and our intent is to make sure that the board are leading in these pieces of work, because as you've described, Claire, you know, it is a key requirement for us to have that level of change, really, and to embed that change. You know, one of the things that we recognise that we want to do is, across the whole of the health board, we've got hundreds of people managers, so people who manage other people, and we recognise that if we can be clear with them about what we stand for, be clear around what the behaviours are, so they can help demonstrate the right behaviour and help us correct when behaviour isn't where it needs to be, and we've got a really, really clear way of doing that. But we can also make sure that through our leadership and development office that we support and train them. So this is, you know, as you said, this is a big piece of work. It will be something that as a board we'll look for your support and investment in, because we need to make sure that we do this in a clear, planned and methodical way. So thank you for your support today.
Right. Diolch yn iawn, Jason. Felly, di pawb yn hapus I ni wrthiolch am yr adroddiad a'r gwaith sydd wedi digwydd, I ni dderbyn yr adroddiad sydd yn mynd I fod yn arwydd o'n uchelgais ni yn y maes yma. A mae gennym ni uchelgais am y rhesymau sydd wedi amlinellu oherwydd dyn ni'n gwybod os nawn ni sicrhau cynnydd yn y maes yma, mi fydd o yn y pen draw yn gwella profiad y claf. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn adroddiad? Diolch fawr iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, sef adroddiad yr iaith Gymraeg a'r adroddiad blynyddol, adroddiad monitro blynyddol, a dwi'n falch iawn o groesawu Eleri ato ni. Croeso ato ni, Eleri. Diolch yn fawr iawn am fynychu ein cyfarfod, a diolch am fod mor amyneddgar wrth ddisgwyl I ni gyrraedd y pwynt yn yma ar yr agenda. Dwi am droi ato ti I gyflwyno, I dalinellu rhai o'r prif faterion ti'n meddwl dylwn ni roi sylw iddyn nhw, a wedyn mae yna gyfle I bobl holi cwestiwn neu gwneud sylw pellach, felly drosodd ato ti. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Mae yna ddau adroddiad yn yr eitem yma, ond os di'n iawn, Cadeirydd, na gymryd ddau adroddiad efo'i gilydd, achos mae cynnwys yn gorgyffwr a mae'n cyfrio'r un blwyddyn ariannol.
Wrth gwrs, ie.
Neu ddim mynd drwy'r cynnwys yn fanwl, neu jyst tynnu sylw at y prif themau sy'n codi yn y ddau adroddiad. Felly'n gyntaf mae gennym ni safona'r Gymraeg. Felly'r safona sy'n lliwio ar agenda o ran gynfynion deddfwriaethol ni, a mae'n gosod y llwyfan mewn gwirionedd o ran be di'n gofynion ni. Mae gwaith da ni wedi bod yn gwneud eleni wedi bod yn cynnwys prifrydio'r Gymraeg i fewn i ddatblygiadau gwasanaeth, felly cryfhau elfennau fel asesiad effaith cydraddoldeb a'r screening tool hefyd. Achos beth da ni wedi ffeindio yn y gorffennol ydy, os na da ni'n dwy'n ystyried Gymraeg o'r cychwyn, dio ddim yn cael ei normaleiddio yn y penderfyniadau. Darn arall o waith da ni wedi bod yn wneud ydy ail-edrach ar polisi defnyddio'r Gymraeg yn fewnol, lle gafodd hwn i gyflwyno i gychwyn yn 2019, a mi ddaru ni wneud gwerthusiad ohono fo a mae'r cynnwys yn yr adroddiad, ac oedd o'n dangos yr effaith neu'r impact mae hynny wedi gael yn ystod y flynyddoedd dwytha. Wedyn, jyst i sôn yn sydyn am mwy na geiriau, felly yn amlwg da ni wedi symud ymlaen efo'r gwaith o weithredu cynllun 5 mlynedd newydd Llywodraeth. Mae'r nifer o camau, da ni'n teimlo bod y nifer o'r camau sydd yn yr adroddiad mwy na geiriau yn bethau o bosib bydda ni'n gweithredu beth bynnag. Hynny, mae'r camau wedi galluogi ni symud ymlaen efo rhai datblygiadau fel gweithredu cynllun dewis iaith ni ar y wardiau. A hefyd un o'r adrannau sy'n bwysig i ni ydy gwaith da ni'n neud efo ysgolion a cholega. Felly da ni'n mynd allan i siarad efo disgyblion yn tynnu sylw at fanteision mae sgiliau Cymraeg yn ei roi wrth i bobl ystyried gyrfa. Dwi hefyd eisiau tynnu sylw jyst at hyfforddiant y Gymraeg a'r gwaith yma tîm yn wneud, a dwi'n gwybod bod yna sawl aelod o gwmpas y bwrdd heddiw yn elwa ar ddarpariaeth mewn tiwtor ni yn ei gynnig. Mae y tîm wedi gwneud gwaith gwych dros y blwyddyn, a mae'r math o gyrsia maen nhw'n ddarparu, maen nhw wedi teilwra cyrsia ar gyfer therapi iaith a lleferydd, ar gyfer staff derbynfeydd ac ati. Felly mae yna waith gwych yn digwydd efo nhw. Mae yna stori astudiaeth achos yn yr adroddiad, os nad ydych chi wedi cael cyfle i ddarllen o, dwi'n meddwl bod o werth i wneud am caplan ni yn Ysbyty Clwyd IAD. A dwi'n meddwl y ffordd mae o wedi mynd ati a defnyddio ei Gymraeg yn y gwaith, mae hwnna'n dangos gwerth buddsoddiad yn ddarpariaeth hyfforddiant Gymraeg mae'r bwrdd wedi wneud. Yn ola, na i droi at dangosyddion perfformiad sydd yn yr adroddiad monitro blynyddol. Felly mae'r rhain yn bethau da ni'n gorfod adrodd arnyn nhw yn ôl Comisiynydd y Gymraeg. Felly mae'r cyntaf yn cofnod sgiliau iaith staff ar ESR. Mae hynna'n dangos 91%. Oedd hynna diwadd Mawrth, felly erbyn hyn mae o'n 92.5%. Mae'r wybodaeth yma, dwi'n meddwl bod o dim jyst mater o lenwi'r manylion, mae o yn rhywbeth da ni fel tîm yn gallu gwneud defnydd ohono fo yn enwedig efo hyfforddiant, a bydd ni'n obeithio ydy bod gwasanaethau hefyd yn gallu gwneud defnydd o'r wybodaeth wrth gynllunio'r gweithlu. Mae gennym ni data o ran recriwtio hysbysebu swyddi. A dwi'n meddwl y peth mwyaf i dynnu sylw at yma fama ydy cynnydd y nifer o swyddi sydd wedi cael eu hysbysebu efo gofyn i ddysgu Cymraeg. Mae hwn wedi dŵad yn benna achos da ni dynodi swyddi rheng blaen yn swyddi Cymraeg hanfodol, a wedyn mae adran gweithlu efo system yn ei le yn dweud os ydych chi wedi mynd allan yn aflwyddiannus i recriwtio dros 2 neu 2 gwaith, yna bod ni'n mynd allan wedyn efo'r gofyn i ddysgu Cymraeg i lefel benodol. Felly mae hynna wedi cynyddu, a mae yna system eitha cadarn yn ei lle wan rhwng tîm hyfforddiant ni a tîm y gweithlu, felly da ni'n edrych ymlaen i weld sut mae hwnna'n datblygu ymhellach. A wedyn o ran cwynion, da ni wedi derbyn 2 gwyn newydd yn ystod y flwyddyn adrodd. Hynny, mae proses gwynio yn y Comisiynydd yn golygu bod cwynion o'r flwyddyn dwytha'n dal yn parhau. Felly mae yna 5 ymchwiliad ar fin cael ei gau yn ystod y misoedd nesaf. Felly, jyst cronodeb sydyn oedd hwnna a gobeithio bod y wybodaeth yn rhoi sicrwydd bod ni yn gweithredu tuag at y safona a mwy na geiriau.
Diolch yn iawn Eleri am yr adroddiad cynhwysfawr yna a'r gwaith ardderchog sydd yn digwydd gan dîm gymharol fach. Dwi jyst eisiau dweud gair cyn wahodd unrhyw gwestiynau sylwadau. Dwi wedi nodi yn fy droddiad i fel cadeirydd mod i wedi cyfarfod â'r Comisiynydd y Gymraeg yn gymarfod ddiweddar. Hynny ar fy nghais i mwyn trafod y gwaith sydd yn bosib i ni gyflawni ag i danlinellu uchelgais i ni fel bwrdd i gyflawni yr hyn gallwn ni fel sefydliad o ran y Gymraeg, ac dwi'n credu gallwn ni gyflawni mwy. Dwi'n credu bod modd i ni gael uchelgais. Dyn ni'n gwybod am y fframwaith gyfreithiol sydd yn bodoli, ac mae hynny, dyn ni'n gorfod cydymffurfio ac yn y blaen ac yn y blaen. Mae hynny gyd yn bwysig, ond dwi am mentro ddeud y peth pwysica ydy penderfynu be yw hyn uchelgais ni. Be dyn ni eisiau cyflawni. A felly dwi wedi adrodd mod i'n awyddus i ni drefnu sesiwn fel bwrdd, sesiwn llai ffurfiol, i ni gael y drafodaeth yna. I ni ystyried o'r gorau, be dyn ni eisiau cyflawni. Be allan ni gyflawni a sut dyn ni'n mynd i wneud o. Ac mae hynny'n drafodaeth yn wneud ar Gymraeg, ond mae hefyd yn drafodaeth yn wneud ar uchelgais. Mae rhai pethau mewn bywyd, dwi'n fodlon bod yn average efo fo. Smwddio, dwi'n average ar smwddio. Dwi'n dda iawn. Coginio, falle, chydig bach uwch ben average, ond dwi ddim eisiau bod yn average o ran y Gymraeg. Dwi eisiau ni fod y gorau o ran holl fyrddau iechyd Cymru o ran y Gymraeg. Mae'n cychwyn ydy uchelgais. Dwi'n mynd i stopio yna, neu fyddai'n swnio fel Fidel Castro yn yr 8 awr. I stopio. So, what their question is, Vaughan gynta.
Ie, diolch yn ddechrau fo.
Wedyn Rhian, wedyn Gareth.
Ga jyst clicio yn yr tabl ar tudalen 11 ynglyn â'r niferoedd o staff. Ydy hwnna'n cynnwys staff asiantaeth a staff dros dro?
Na.
Oce, dydy o ddim. So mae nifer yna'n debygol o fod yn uwch o bobl fi Gymraeg.
Ie.
Ella'n sam pwysig. Da ni'n medru dal hwnna? Di hwnna reit hawdd i gael?
Ynddi, fydden ni o holi.
Sa hwnna'n ddefnyddiol. A wedyn, do'n ni'n gweld y cynnydd o bobl sy'n dysgu'r Gymraeg yn codi ar yr un pace os licwch chi ar staff newydd sy'n dod i fewn, felly mae hwnna'n issue dydi. Ydyn yr ail beth, 67% yn mynd ar y cwrs ymwybodaeth o'r iaith Gymraeg yn y 6 mis cynta. I mi ddylia fo fod yna 6 awr, 6 diwrnod cynta, neu da chi'n methu tric dyrach. Habit ydi o eto de, da chi'n dod i'ch gwaith a da chi'n meddwl, dydy o'n bwysig. Dwi'n mynd ar y cwrs, ond dwi wedi cychwyn gweithio fel hyn, hefo'n gweithlu, a hefo yr unigolion dwi'n ymweld a bob dydd, felly mi, os yna rhywbeth fydden ni'n neud, ychwanegu gwerth eto fel ydych chi, lle da ni, just about, gorfodi bobl, i fynd yn gynt ar y cwrs yna, a'n hynod o bwysig dydi. A mae hwnna'n gyfrifoldeb rheolwyr a falle am hwnni, dydy dim chadrach chi.
Nawn ni adael i bobl eraill wedyn, na i roi cyfle ti ddod yn ôl wedyn, Leri, os ydyn ti'n rhyw sylwadau. Bydd rhai sylwadau, rhai cyffredinol i ni ystyried mwy tymor hir, wrth gwrs. Wedyn oedd Rhian, a wedyn Gareth, dwi'n credu.
O'n i jyst eisiau ategu be oedd y ti di deud, a faint mor bwysig, a jyst siarad y brofiad mewn gwirionedd efo'n heulu yn hun, faint o wahaniaeth mae o'n neud os di'r person yn gallu trafod efo nyrs, meddyg, mewn cartre gofal, mewn ysbyty. Mae yn neud gwahaniaeth, yn arbennig pan mae rhywun yn hun, neu os di rhywun yn dioddau efo dementia. Mae'n neud byd o wahaniaeth os nhw'n gallu delio yn ei iaith cynta nhw yn dydyd.
Diolch yn iawn am tanlinellu'r pwynt yna. Gareth, wedyn Robert, a wedyn Jason.
Well, thanks, a very interesting report. And I was going to ask, well, I still will ask, because I wasn't entirely clear from a quick read. I know that you said that the number of Welsh central posts increased significantly, and I completely understand that. But I was thinking does that, given the fact we have recruitment difficulties anyway, is this the particular difficulties in recruiting to those posts? But I also wanted to strongly support what you said about, that if you try and you can't recruit somebody who already speaks Welsh fluently to those posts, the importance of then trying to get people who are willing to do it.
Yeah.
But the corollary of that is, and I say this as somebody who's thoroughly enjoying learning Welsh, but of an age that, it's more difficult as you get older. So the degree of intensity you might need with people to sort of get them up to an acceptable standard, I think we do need to recognise that, and it will be an investment. But I think it's really important because I completely agree, and I did understand what Rian was saying. I completely agree with Rian about, and I know from friends' experience that particularly older people who get dementia, who've been effectively have always worked bilingually, but they sort of, if I say retreat, I don't mean that in a negative way, but they go back to their mother tongue. And I can only imagine that, how alienating it is if you're then surrounded by people who can't relate to your needs in that. So I do think it's really important.
Diolch yn iawn. Robert, wedyn Claire, wedyn Jason.
Thank you. Rob Anstead, Yichi Goidis, Public Health. Just wanted to thank Larry for the report. I think that the work with schools and colleges is particularly important because if we're going to build a sort of workforce of the future, we need to engage with schools and colleges and make a job with the health board attractive for the future. So members of our team are going to be going out with the Welsh language team, talking about public health as a career for the future, and I'm sure other staff groups will be going out with them as well to talk about their careers in the NHS, because we've really got to make our youth interested in a career in the NHS and build that workforce for the future. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, a gall y Gymraeg fod yn rhan o'r gwerthu yna fel un o'r USBs ni. Dyna'r profiad ges I gyda sefydliad arall oedd yn gweithredu drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg, oedd dim problem o gwbl recriwtio pobl, oherwydd y pobl eisiau dod I weithio o fewn gweithlu Cymraeg. Felly gallwn ni ddenu siaradwyr Cymraeg o wneud un glir bod na weithlu dwyieithog. Dych chi eisiau bod yn rhan o rhywbeth, lle dych chi'n gallu cyfrannu ato fo, felly, ac mae'r neges na I bobl ifanc sy'n siaradwyr Cymraeg, dewch I weithio yn y bwrdd iechyd yma a gewch chi ddefnyddio'ch Cymraeg chi. Mi fydd gennych chi gydweithwyr sy'n siaradwyr Cymraeg, fydd gennych chi bobl sy'n dysgu Cymraeg, fydd gennych chi bobl sy'n brwdfrydig dros Gymraeg. Diolch yn am pwynt yna, felly pwysig Claire, Jason a Carol, a wedyn nawn ni ddod yn ôl at Eleri I gloi.
Diolch Larry, dwi'n dysgu Cymraeg. I'm just really interested in the data because actually a third of the workforce now are either speaking some Welsh, learning Welsh or Welsh speakers, and I think that those figures are fantastic when I think about other public sector organisations across the North Wales region. So, and also the other thing that I think we need to be proud of, because this is a perennial issue in any organisation, is back in 2017 it looks like we only had data on maybe a quarter of the workforce, even if the workforce was smaller in number at that stage than it is now. But it looks to me like we've got it on everybody now, and you can't underestimate how difficult it is just to get really good EDI data on all the people. So I feel really confident that we are really moving this in the right direction. So Diane.
Diolch yn iawn. Claire, Jason, croeso to ti.
Great. Diolch Eleri. Thank you very much, and I just wanted to pick up one of the points that Von had noted as well, because just tying this back to culture again in terms of who are we and our identity. And as we go through this journey, one of the things we can also think about as well is that whole point, isn't it, in terms of Welsh language, and where does that sit as part of our leadership programmes, our orientation, our induction to our organisation. So it opens up all of those questions really, as a Welsh learner, like in most organisations, that would be appreciated because it helps set the tempo of the organisation that you're being part of here in North Wales. So thank you.
Da iawn. Carol?
Gen I ddim sylw.
Neidio mewn fyna.
Dwi'n meddwl bod hi'n hynod bwysig pan ni'n trafod y Gymraeg, bo ni'n defnyddio'r gair hyder, achos dwi'n meddwl o fewn y ffigerau yma. Falle bod ni'n colli falle pobl sydd yn deud, a da ni'n glywed o falle yn rhy aml, bod hi'n Cymraeg i ddim digon da. Ac ddim yn cychwyn sgwrs, ddim efo hyder. Mae rhaid i ni roed yr hyder yna i bobl, a fel pawb sydd yn ymwneud â'r Gymraeg yn gwybod na Cymraeg ydy Cymraeg ydy Cymraeg. A bynnag lefel maen nhw yn siarad, mae hynny'n wych, a dwi'n meddwl bod hwnna'n yn pontio bob dim da ni'n neud sôn am yr Gymraeg.
Ac mae'n un bwynt pwysig ac tan ynellu, gadewch ni wneud y Gymraeg yn brofiad cadarnhaol, nid negyddol. Does gen i ddim diddordeb bwrw unrhyw un ar draws i penne nhw oherwydd di Cymraeg nhw ddim digon da, neu oherwydd bod nhw ddim yn cydymffurfio hyd yn oed, y dweud y gwir. Be sgen i ddordeb yno ydy annog pobl i gyfleidio'r Gymraeg a bod yn brofiad cadarnhaol, positif, sydd yn ymwneud ag uchelgais ag awydd. Felly dwi'n falch iawn bod ti wedi cyflwyno'r pwyntau. Carol, a wedyn jyst i gloi ar unrhyw bwyntiau ti eisiau gwneud, Leri. Gosodd at Carol sydd hefyd yn dysgu Cymraeg ac yn gwneud yn dda iawn. Carol yn gwneud yn... We're on level...
Well, look, I'm not even listening. I've got this in and I'm understanding a bit of what David is saying. So it must be working. It must be... No, diolch yn fawr, Eleri. And yes, as somebody who considers herself to be Welsh through and through, but never had the real opportunity in my upbringing to learn Welsh, you know, what a wonderful place to come and work, where I hear Welsh every single day. I just want to pick up actually, because I didn't need to say anything, because our three colleagues just said it. First of all, I've worked in the health board. This report is great, absolutely great. And clearly a lot of commitment over a number of years has gone into this. So to recognise the progress that's been made. So I think Claire made that point, which is great. I was also going to make the point about both language but culture more generally, and language is part of culture as well. And then David stole my thunder, this David stole my thunder about confidence, because I was practicing some Welsh in the car yesterday and I said I'd like a beer, and Ellen was laughing, but I'd learned that, you know, on Duolingo, and I'm like, apply that. But just for those of us who are learning and really wanting to engage, that confidence is quite a thing, really. And what I understand from, you know, clinicians as well, who may have some Welsh, is that they don't always feel confident to try it. So how we create that culture of support and encouragement. And my thanks in advance to Angela, who's going to coach me through my level 1. So, yeah, but thank you very much for the work.
Use the Welsh you have. Use the Welsh you have. So, great. Diolch yn iawn, Leri, jyst i gloi, a wedyn nawn ni.
Ie, gai bigo fyny ar y pwynt codi hyder, achos o'r gwaith trafod da ni'n neud efo staff, mae hwnna'n dod drosodd yn aml ofnadwy, na dos gen staff ddim o'r hyder i ddefnyddio fo efo cleifion yn gyhoeddus. Felly, da ni ar fi'n cychwyn gweithio efo Cymraeg gwaith, so mae hwnna yn gynllun drwy Llywodraeth Cymru efo Canolfan Dysgu Cymraeg. A maen nhw wedi cynnig cytundeb i ni i benodi swyddog codi hyder, maen nhw'n galw fo, i weithio efo un sector penodol o fewn y bwr iechyd. Felly fysa'r person yma am gyfnod penodol o flwyddyn 2 flynedd, mae'n bynnag maen nhw'n gytuno yn efo, a fysa nhw'n gallu darparu cyrsiau codi hyder unai ar lefel 1 i 1 efo staff, neu efo staff yn ei cyfanrwydd. A maen nhw wedi cynnig bod ni'n neud hynna efo adran therapi iaith a lleferydd i gychwyn. Felly, da ni ar fi'n cael sgyrsia efo'r tîm ynglyn â hynna. Mae hwnna'n rhywbeth cadarnhaol. A da ni'n arfer gweithio efo Cymraeg gwaith beth bynnag, achos mae gynnu ni gytundeb efo nhw sydd werth dros 200,000 o bunna, a maen nhw yn cyflogi tiwtor swyddog cefnogi i ni hefyd. Felly, dwi'n meddwl bod y cyfle yna bendant yn werth o, a mae'n mynd i'r afal efo pwyntiau sydd wedi codi heddiw hefyd. Ac jyst hefyd pigo fyny efo ffigurau hyfforddiant. Mae y ffigurau eleni ydi rei sydd wedi cychwyn o'r newydd, felly mae hynna ar ben y rei oedd wedi cychwyn blwyddyn dwytha, so mae hynna yn
dilyniant.
Dilyniant.
Gwych iawn. A rheswm dwi'n sbio ar y ffôn ydy, jyst i rannu efo ti, ges i neges neithiwr gan gadeirydd y Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol yn awyddus i gael trafodaethau pellach yn eisiau gwybod pwy y person gorau i gysylltu efo hi neu fo. Dwi'n mynd i roi enw di os gael os ydy hynny'n iawn o ran datblygu berthynas ag hyfforddiant y gyffredinol, felly edrych ymlaen at gweld y datblygiadau yna. Ac edrych ymlaen at i ni fel bwrdd cael trafodaethau pellach, achos dwi'n credu mae'r mater yna o'r uchelgais yn un dwi isio ni gyfleidio. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn hynny. Dwi'n siŵr ag pasio'r neges yn ôl i'r criw ac edrych ymlaen y trafodaethau pellach. Diolch yn iawn. Felly, ymlaen i adroddiad 23.227, adroddiad partner ieithau. Mae gennym ni nifer o partneriaethau fel dyn ni'n gwybod. Carol, over to you for this item, please. Don't know if there's anything in particular to report.
No. Well, I was going to hand over to Helen actually, and see if Helen wanted to add anything to the written report.
Anything?
Ystyriol o amser. So on that note, partnerships is fundamental to Betsy Cadwallader. This report highlights some of the spaces where we work very closely with our partners, notably local authorities in the Regional Partnership Board and also the Public Service Boards. You'll see in this report that we have been working really closely on items such as the wellbeing plans, also the North Wales Together for Mental Health interim strategy and a dementia-friendly community scheme, which is incredibly important given some of the conversations we've had today. I will leave it there. I think the report speaks for itself and it does point people in the direction of more information.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw gan unrhyw un? Os nad oes, ydyn ni gyd yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, sgwrs yna. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i eitem nesaf, 23.228, ac adroddiadau o'r wahanol grwpiau sydd gennym ni, ac dwi'n meddwl Jane sy'n cyflwyno'r eitem yma. Jane, dwi'n credu, Allied Professions Forum.
Professions Forum.
I think so, yes.
Health Professions Forum met on 1st of September. Thank you, diolch, David, for joining us and observing and attending that meeting, that forum. I think the members very much welcomed your attendance. I think just in the interest of time, the report summarises the discussions we had, but I think it's just pertinent to pick up the digital strategy discussion that we had, because it's come up a couple of times today around the importance of electronic patient records and how much the forum supported that approach that was being taken, but the importance of it from a patient quality perspective, but also from a retention and recruitment perspective, in that, you know, if we've got good systems like that, then we will attract the best people to come and work with us. So a really positive discussion around that, and the members very supportive, I guess, of the approach being taken. So yes, also to note a new vice chair that Emma Adamson took up at the meeting in September.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn sylw, os gwelwch yn dda? Na. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna? Iawn. Diolch yn iawn. Os wnawn ni droi at unrhyw adroddiad arall sydd gen i yn yr adran yna, cyn i mi droi yn ôl, ydy'r grŵp rhandeiliad, stakeholder reference group, ac mae yna gopi o'r adroddiad yna. Dwi'n siŵr pwy sy'n cyflwyno yna, ond Helen, o bosib, the stakeholder reference group report we have a copy of is quite succinct. So I'll just ask if anybody's got any questions or comments. Na, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad yna. Diolch yn iawn. Awn ni nôl rwan, neidias i dros eitem 23.228, yr gwyllgorau ar y cyd, the report of joint committees, EASC and WISC. again, a copy of the reports there, and Phil, have you got anything to add to those reports, please?
No, thank you. To add.
Carol, something to add?
Yes, thank you. Just one thing, and we'll bring something back through on this that relates to the Emergency Ambulance Services Committee and actually the EMERT, sorry about all these names, Emergency Medical Retrieval and Transport Service proposals. And I understand we would need to bring more information through that the East Committee is now near or at the stage of engaging or moving into consultation. So we're that's just a flag to say we'll come back with a bit more information. I'm grateful to Nick because Nick covered some of the summer meetings with Rich as well.
Thank you very much, and it'll be important that we as a board can take a view on that and feed it into the committee and whoever represents us on that committee in due course. Are we happy to accept those reports, please, those subcommittees? Sorry, Gareth.
No, I'm happy to accept them, but I do think, I mean, for example, the stuff on the ambulances looks really interesting, but there's a lot of dense material there. And what would be really helpful, I think perhaps if once a year we could just have a short report summarising the main items of business. I mean, I know that's all work, but it would really help us, I think, to get our heads around the issues that are relevant. And there was just one really small question I had, which was in the ASC papers. There was an interesting comment about community first responders in rural areas, and it's something that I've some experience of where I live, which is but do we have? Or are they widespread within the Betsy area? Because I said I don't really have knowledge of that.
I think they are. Having seen reports previously, Nick might know more.
I can't give you the numbers, Gareth, but indeed they are. And in fact, our use of defibrillators in the community, for instance, is actually UK leading. So very much part of it, but happy to provide figures in a bit more detail outside the meeting.
I don't create work, I thought it would do, but I just didn't know, so thank you.
Okay, so the request for a bit more detail, maybe annual. And in particular with a focus on what it means for our health board in particular, isn't it? So that would be good. Okay. I'm not busy there, been adroddiad yna fel arall. I take it we're all happy then to accept. I had jumped about a little bit there. I think I'm right to say we come towards the end of the meeting. Yr item nesa 23.23 unrhyw fater arall. Does na ddim mater arall wedi nodi I mi ymlaen llaw. Yna Tachwedd 30 yw dyddiad ein cyfarfod nesaf fel bwrdd, ac yna dwi am symud I gau allan y wasg a'r cyhoedd mwyn I ni fynd I sesiwn breifat, ac yn I ni wneud hynny, dwi eisiau diolch am bresenoldeb pawb heddiw gan gynnwys aelodau'r cyhoedd sy'n wedi bod yma, gan gynnwys unrhyw aelodau'r cyhoedd sy'n gwylio'n fyw, neu fel mae rhain wneud yn gwylio recordiad o'r bwrdd. Diolch I chi am wneud hynny. Ac gai ddiolch hefyd I bawb sydd wedi sicrhau bod ni'n gallu cynnal y cyfarfod yma, y criw technegol sydd wedi goresgyn yr holl broblemau sy'n gallu digwydd efo technoleg. Diolch I Lowri cyfieithydd. Diolch yn arbennig I Diane am neidio i'r gadair poeth I gymryd cofnodion. Ac dyn ni'n ofnadwy o falch bod Diane wedi bod yn fodlon yn gymryd y swydd yna. Diolch o waelod Calon, mae'n cael ei werthfawrogi'n fawr iawn. Felly dyna ddiwedd y cyfarfod, byddwn ni'n mynd I sesiwn breifat mewn 10 munud am 5 munud ar 23. Dyn ni'n rhedeg yn hwyr iawn iawn. Felly dim cinio heddiw, dwi ddim yn meddwl, ond 10 munud, ydy hynny'n iawn? Is a 10-minute break? Yes. Okay. Right. Diolch yn fawr iawn, dyna ddiwedd y cyfarfod ffurfiol. Diolch.